By the Land and Cultivate Indifferent World. Volume 5 by Okazawa Rokuja Ian. Translated by Russell. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 159. Almighty, annoying deity, I am a god. The divine king who dost rule over all, knoweth all, is commanding respect and revered by all mortals, and the mightiest almighty who possesses all the virtues and suffers zero flaws. Such is me, Zeus, god of the heavens, and there is nary a single thing in this wide world I cannot achieve. I am home, welcome home, although I wish you never didst return back here. What didst thee say? Hermes, son? Ties nothing. A thought comes to mind about it now, but 'tis a blessed thing thee cometh back early, for thee always causeth trouble whenever thou venture outside. I'd rather thee stayeth holed up in here and not wend out and about forever. 'Tis for the benefit of the people and this world, or, what a spoiled brat thou art, not wanting to be parted from thy father even for a moment. Tsk, didst I perchance heareth that young imp click his tongue? Anyway, didst thou wend out to call upon Uncle Hades? Were thou able to meet that gent? And didst thou receiveth an earful? Nay, I couldst not meet Hades. Dost not that gent reside in the underworld? 'Tis a dark and gloomy edifice down there. Uncle did take it upon himself to live underground because the gent deemed his children, the demons, deserve to liveth in the sunny realm above ground. Uncle truly is a liege of most wondrous generosity, the genuine king of the gods. And then, there is also Cerberus, their guardian dog, at the entrance to the underworld. I stood too afeard to enter as it wouldst not yield, barking at me. So, thee resigned to coming home with accomplishing naught. It wast so scary. What is with such a hound? All of its 100 heads were barking at me, an omnipotent being, with all their might. Nothing is scarier than that. Even a god wouldst not bear such a sight and just turneth back. You soundeth like thou art making excuses. Alloweth me to guess, even after all thine boasting of thyself as a god, thee were just afeard out of thy wits. Were thee not, father? Shut up. Seriously, what is with that dog? I am a remarkable god who verily shouldst be well loved by everyone, so how for is't hostile towards me? If it be true, the beast shouldst be wagging its tail as I approach. 'Tis a guardian dog of the gates of hell, so 'tis natural for it to stand hostile towards suspicious people. I despise dogs. I despise those folk so much. I wish all the dogs in the world would disappear. They doth say nary a dog lover be an evil person. Because of that mutt, I was not able to meet Hades. Mine own plan to maketh Hades bequeath of me half the earth hast come to naught. Fie, how annoying. For true, it pisses me off. If it be true I cannot hold dominion over it, I suppose I can just destroy the earth. That's what everyone misprizes about thee. I am not so sure about such a thing. Hermes, why for do thee not behold such truth? Is this what's happening on the ground? It hast been a long time since thee hath used distant vision. Just gaze and hearken to the conversations of the people in this vision. Gaze and hearken? I am speculating some courtroom being in trial. The judge is a demon and the defendant is a human. I am guessing 'tis the humans who hath lost the recent war art at the dock in a military trial. Thee hast valorous eyes, Hermes. Now, alloweth we take a view of the military trial. I, Bishop Sigish, do hereby renounce my faith in Zeus. From now on, I pledge to make Hades, the god of the demon race, to be my only god, and spread his teachings. I will pledge allegiance to the demon king and work with all my heart and soul, so please, I beg of you. And no need for that. The demon king has granted freedom of religion to the human race, so you don't have to renounce yours. Besides, the charges brought against you in this trial are for fleeing and disregarding the demon army's warning to surrender as well as attacking a village. Whilst doing so, please, all I want is for you to acquit me in light of my conversion. Sir, for that, I will renounce my faith in Zeus and tell you where all my former brethren are hiding. So, please, acquit me. I don't mind the rest of my men receiving the death penalty. Verdict: the defendant is found guilty. Penalty is 20 years of forced labor in a prison dungeon. Court is now adjourned. Take him away. Please wait. Long live the god Hades. Long live the demon king. Zeus is the evil god. Please bring the statue of Zeus here, and I will kick it over. Stomp on it. Piss on it. I'll kill anyone who worships the evil god Zeus. Please acquit me for being loyal to this demon tribe. Please. How inhuman, right? I pity the demon judge who has to put up with that. I worry that magistrate shall lose his sanity. I shall encourage that gent by sending an oracle that saith, thee can do this later. I didst not think there were humans who wouldst say such evil things about me. I am supposed to be the divine king, yet there are humans out there who dost speak ill of me. I am hurt. Not all humans are scum akin to that blood. That miscreant hast been part of the organization which worships thee. I hath heard people's personalities can be much distorted by their religious beliefs. I cannot even receiveth the earth for myself, and on top of this, the human race I did create is bootless and maketh light of me. I hast had it. I desire the earth to disappear. Those naughty humans should just be wiped out long with the earth. I cannot gain dominion or cease. If it be true thou do act upon it, we shall stand athwart thee with everything we can muster. Besides, how might thee destroyeth the earth? If it be true thou make wrath upon it thyself, thee shall also make to wage war with Uncle Hades and Uncle Poseidon. Hey, thou faileth to understand, mine own son. I am an omnipotent god, and I still hold retainers I can much rely upon besides that worthless race. Huh? How is such possible? The only people thou hast sent to earth is the human race. Hast thee very much forgotten, Hermes? I shall giveth thee a clue. 'Tis 4,000 years old. It cannot be. Oh? Doth thee now realize? But didst not the three realm deities join forces to destroy every last one of those creatures? All of us were sent out to bear the consequences of thy mistakes. Doth thou have any idea how inconvenient such an undertaking was? I am getting angry just remembering it. 'Tis the gods, including thou, who art the fools. Doth thou think this Zeus, the almighty divine king, wouldst allow such an end to all his trump cards? There remains only one of those benighted pawns, but I did hide it somewhere on earth in tip-top shape. What? Cease your plotting, thou evil god. If it be true one of those folks is unleashed, all life on earth shall kicketh the bucket, not to mention the collapse of the earth itself. I keth not how desperate thou art, but might thee very well indeed unleash that? Aye, such is what I verily intend to do. The angel, return now to life upon the earth which I hast forsaken. Chapter 160, Ascent of the Angel. Today's another beautiful day. It's been a while since I helped Lettuce Riot with her field. Geez. You're late, Saint. As a former princess of the human kingdom, Lettuce Riot is a pampered girl who doesn't know patience, so she gets angry from waiting. I want to grow new crops right away, but I can't start anything without you. Well, that's true. Planting seeds on my farm is done by the hand of supremacy, my gift, so they can't start without me. And Lettuce Riot's field is no exception to this. I told you. I'm sorry. I've got my hands full with welcoming the demon merchant and making natto lately. It's only natural that you should prioritize me, the princess of the human race, over such things. Whoops. If I start acting pompously again, who knows when the demonic mermaid princess will show up and throw another punch to my gut. She's finally learned her lesson. That's right. If you're scared of Platy, you should stop acting all high and mighty about your bloodline. Anyway, let's get those seeds planted. I still have got a lot of other work to do myself. What do you want to grow next? Lettuce Riot? Fava beans. Fava beans again. She sure loves her fava beans, but I don't recommend growing the same thing all the time because of soil damage from repeated cultivation. Oh, well, it shouldn't be that risky at this point. Just once more, I was about to touch the soil with the hand of supremacy when something happened. The ground shook with a loud rumble. Kaya, what's going on? Is it an earthquake? I can't think of any other cause for the ground to have shaken. We've never had any earthquakes since I came to this farm, so I thought it wasn't the kind of area prone to natural disasters. But they say that the more rarely earthquakes occur, the more intense and dangerous they are. Or so I was thinking, but then, boom, a huge hole opened up in the ground. No, my field. Of all places, the hole opened up smack right in the middle of Lettuce Riot's field. It was so huge you could almost call it a cave-in, leaving no traces of the field. I wonder what caused this earthquake? Was it perhaps done by a mole? Huh? What do you mean, Saint? A mole is a kind of vermin despised by farmers. They dig tunnels underground, which damages the roots of crops, makes the ground brittle, and destroys the fields. So, you're saying this hole is dug by a mole? Isn't this too big to be a mole hole? It's a hole so big that a single person could easily get in and out of it. Still, this is a fantasy world. There are some things I can't assume based on the knowledge I have from my previous world. We cannot rule out the possibility of a mole as large as a human being existing here. Just as I was thinking this, something shot out from that very hole. It was about the size of a human being, but it was so fast that I could only see its after image. Jahua, what is it this time? Calm down. It must have been the mole, the culprit who dug this hole. Maybe moles in this world can fly. Who knows? Then whatever flew out from that hole hovered in the air, revealing its entirety to us. A girl, and quite the beauty, too. Shining blonde hair and skin as translucent as white porcelain. Her entire body is clad in battle armor, shining like a jewel. But what caught our attention the most was the pair of wings spreading out from her back. Is that the mole, Saint? Looks entirely different from what I know, though we can't be sure just yet. It's a fantasy world. After all, there could be moles disguised as pretty ladies. Indifferent towards our confusion, the beautiful girl seems to have no idea what she's looking at. Mana gauge anomalous startup confirmed. Angel identification number 06. Horkosfon initiating reboot. What is she muttering to herself? Situational battle space synchronization initiated. Systems chronograph reports unit dormancy duration 3,827 years, detecting multiple subsystem deterioration and malfunction. Indeterminate data corruption in memory systems, attempting reconstruction, 99.2% unrecoverable. Identifying mission parameters, insufficient data. Identifying mobilization criteria, insufficient data. Perpetual motion engine mana supply below operational minimums. Unable to maintain activation. Power saving mode initiated, suspending wings of Icarus tactical functionality. What? Huh? What happened? After all her mumbling, the beautiful girl stops hovering and suddenly falls to the ground. I'm at a complete loss about what is going on, but we still rushed to her. When I picked her up, she was unconscious, and her eyes were closed. Her body temperature was low, and she was breathing weakly. Wait, she's not breathing. Hey, she looks terrible. Is she sick? Injured? I don't know. She might have gotten sick from being exposed directly to the sun since she's a mole. I keep convincing myself to abandon the mole theory, but first, we need to deal with this girl's condition. Let's bring her to the house. Call Garufa. Someone, lend us a hand. I don't know either, says Garufa hopelessly as she examines the girl. She's a doctor who originally belonged to the Mermaid Medical Association and the only expert we have on our farm, but even she doesn't know anything. The symptoms she's showing don't fall under any of the diseases I know of. Besides, I don't know what kind of race she's from. She's no human, demon, or mermaid, nor do her characteristics match any derived subspecies of the three. So, does this mean we can't do anything to help her? And since we know nothing about her, we don't know how to cure her if she has a disease specific to her race. But giving lots of nutrition to increase her strength is a must. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm sorry I'm not much help. No, don't be. You are helpful. In that case, we should feed her something nutritious right away. Fortunately, my farm has loads of it, my lord. Please use this, says Gobukachi. He's one of the onlookers who came after hearing the commotion. I've brought some natto with me. It's highly nourishing. It's the ideal food to cure diseases, he further says as he gives me a small bowl of natto. Gobukachi, you've become quite the natto fanatic ever since the first time you tasted it. Natto is indeed nutritious, and it might even make her feel better. But if she's in this condition, it'd be better to give her something easy to chew and swallow. To heck with it. This isn't the time to be hesitating. I fed the girl a spoonful of natto which had already been stirred by Gobukachi beforehand. This should patch her up. Rumble. The girl stands up, giving off a terribly overwhelming vibe. What is this menacing aura? The girl seemingly on the verge of death has made a complete recovery. Functionality of power systems fully restored. Auto-diagnostics initiated. Mana supply to all subsystems. Nominal. Self-regeneration systems. Nominal. Sensor telemetry. Nominal. Combat mode power, 70% max output available. Tactical condition level, green. Systems operations confirm optimal functionality. Initiating memory recovery procedures. Fail. Launching secondary data source identification. Initiating mobilization parameter synthesis. Populate operational interface customization variables. Engage. The girl's gaze shifts towards me, who is absolutely dumbfounded. Then, she immediately kneels. I assume you are the one who restored me from my malfunctional state. I am the blade created by the will of the heavens, Angel Horkosfon. Due to the loss of my previous master's information, I will now register you as my new master. What? An angel? Did she just say she's an angel? Speaking of angels, they're divine messengers with wings, and she does have them. Please give me your orders. I will serve as Master's blade and destroy all of Master's enemies. Chapter 161, Mythical Monster Angel Horkosfon. Or so she introduced herself, but I still don't get it. Angels also exist in this world? If so, which race do they fall under? Your wish is my command, Master. What enemy shall I pulverize? You're not pulverizing anyone. What hostile territory shall I eradicate, then? You're not eradicating anything. What shall I destroy, then? Didn't I tell you we're not destroying anyone or anything here? Every word that comes out of her mouth disturbs me. I asked the farm residents about the angel race, but they had no clue whatsoever. Not even the demons, elves, or mermaids have heard of such a race. Angels? I'm afraid I know nothing of them. Even my last resort, Sensei the Lifeless King, couldn't help. If even he doesn't know about it, then we're hopeless. I'm sorry I can't be of help to you. Even though I've been around for 1,000 years, I still have a lot to learn. Oh, no. Please, not at all. No need to be modest, Sensei. Your vast knowledge has always helped us. It just occurred to me, why don't you ask the person herself? Pardon? The angel seems to be able to communicate and obey your every word, Lord Saint. If so, why don't you ask her who she is and where she came from? I see. You're always so smart, Sensei. Or maybe I'm just that stupid for not realizing it sooner. I immediately went to Horkosfon to ask her about it. Tell me, what are you and what kind of race are angels? Unfortunately, I cannot answer that question, Master. Why not? Most of the information is missing from my memory, including the answer to what you seek, Master. I believe this is due to my deterioration over a long period of time. Her phrasing is complicated, but in short, she has memory loss. So, are we just supposed to let the mystery remain a mystery here? I suppose this is the only option we have left, says Sensei as he waves the staff in his hand. Abracadabra. High up, did you just summon another god? Drawn by Sensei's magic, Hades, the god who rules the earth, appears again. Sensei, I know it's starting to become a custom, but please don't just summon gods at your leisure. Also, isn't your incantation becoming sloppier and sloppier with each summoning? Saint, I witness thou hast summoned me. Art thou preparing to allow me to feast upon something delicious again? No, your mightiness, that's actually not the case today. It's true that if you're one of the gods who created the world, then it's only natural that you'd know everything. But it's kind of discourteous, like asking a university professor a naive question. A query, thou sayest, how discourteous, summoning a god just for merely thus. Ha ha, right? I knew it was discourteous. We're sorry. What doth thou seek to ask? Thou art receiving divine punishment from me if it be truly a foolish question. Still, Hades was kind enough to listen to us. Yes, so it's actually about this angel with us. Eep. Ha, what? Did a god just shriek? An angel? Wherefore? Wherefore is she here? Did we not obliterate every last one of those vile things 4,000 years ago? Was that a foolish question? Nay, 'tis super important. So much wherein the fate of the world verily depends upon it. That important. Valor is of thou to inform me. The world barely did escape destruction. Saint, thou hast done the right thing. Thouas did just save the world. Really? Hades' expression seemed a bit exaggerated to me at first, but as I listened to his explanation, I began to understand why he reacted like that. Angels did once destroy the earth. Frankly speaking, angels are the sentinels Zeus hath sent so that he could rule the earth, says Hades as he gives us a crash course on angels. Huh? But isn't that what the human race is? Zeus, god of the heavens, was greedy and unsatisfied with his territory above the skies, so he also wanted to take over the earth ruled by Hades. That's apparently why the human race was created and sent to Earth. Such a state is correct. The angels were dispatched long before about 4,000 years ago. 4,000 years? No wonder I knew nothing about them, says Sensei. I bet he's actually frustrated that he didn't know. Angels aren't the masterpieces Zeus did create in his most earnest attempts to conquer the earth. Therefore, their abilities far surpass all life in today's world. 10 angels he did create, but their power did drive the entire earth into a burning pyre of flame. The earth split asunder, the vast oceans evaporated, and all life upon the world that had been living until then perished except for the dragons. What were you doing, Zeus? You sent angels to earth to conquer it for yourself, but they destroyed it. On the contrary, the situation was so egregious the world would have ceased to exist if had things continued further upon that way. So the remaining host of deities did decide to cooperate in eradicating the angels. Along with the earth deities, deities of the float led by Poseidon, kind-hearted heaven deities as well as the dragons, we were finally able to put down all 10 angels. After that, Hades and Poseidon went to the heavens and scolded Zeus with all their might, making him promise never to upset the balance of the world again. Still, Zeus did not surrender his hopes, so the Gen did create a race of people with greatly inferior abilities compared to angels and did send those folk to Earth. That sounds troublesome somehow, right? Says Hades as he makes a heartfelt expression of disgust. I never imagined I'd witness an angel with mine own eyes again. I believed them all to be wiped out, but one shows up just when the human race fall in defeat to the demon race. It all doth feel too surreal. He further adds, but a tinge of anger can be seen in his expression. Concluded, be it, Saint. It's a valorous thing thee were able to find the angel so quickly. Otherwise, history couldst have repeated itself after 4,000 years. Actually, she just popped out of our field. I wonder what that means. If I had to guess, I'd say an angel escaped destruction during the battle 4,000 years ago, buried herself deep underground, and entered a state of fossilization. And it just so happens that it's under the farm I built. Maybe? Let's not think too much about it. What should we do now, your mightiness? I hast an idea of who be behind this. Poseidon and I shall deliver that gent a valorous beating and scolding. That fool hast given his word that we'll sealeth him up in Tartarus if it be true he ever would do the same thing again. That gent better prepareth himself, said Hades as he smiled ominously. It was as if all his resentment that accumulated over the years would finally explode. What about Horkosfon, your mightiness? For the first time, I called her by her actual name. She has been at the center of the conversation up until now, but she has never spoken out on her own. She just affixed her gaze at Hades. The god of the underworld strokes his beard with a serious look on his face. Chapter 162, Reason for Activation. We cannot allow this angel to remain unchecked. After all, one has enough war potential to destroy the world, says Hades, god of the underworld. Then, what shall we do? I shall take the responsibility for destroying the last angel as part of mine own duties to vouchsafe the very existence of the earth. Destroy. My heart sank when he said that. So, you're saying that you're going to beat Horkosfon to a pulp and get rid of her? I doth not view any other meaning to it. Doth thou? I look back at Horkosfon. She's not one bit perturbed by the revelation and simply stares at Hades with a blank face. But isn't that a little too much? What is the matter, Saint? It makes me feel a little guilty. I knew from Hades' story how much of a threat angels are. It's only natural for a god to feel obliged to eliminate the threat before it destroys the world. But that very same threat is in the form of a person. And a cute girl, at that. Even though we just met, I've already sensed a fragment of her character and have become emotionally attached to her. So, this turn of events is questioning my conscience. Is there no other way, your mightiness? Something that doesn't involve killing or destroying anything, if possible. Hades shows his bewilderment at my reluctance. You are indeed very kind, Lord Saint, interrupts Sensei. Thy benevolence is commendable, but alas, angels art not souls worthy of it. In truth, those things doth not possesseth any soul. Angels be mere bioweapons created to satisfy Zeus' selfish desires. It hath neither emotions nor will of its owneth. No, they existeth only to fulfill Zeus' orders. Thou cannot name as such a living being. And therefore, Saint, thou shouldst not suffer an aggrieved heart about this. I understand, but still. Master, the claim of this god is indeed quite factual. Even Horkosfon, who remained silent until earlier, spoke up. We angels are weapons built for destruction. And although I have lost my target due to missing fragments in my memory, I still remember that I am one of the destroyers, she adds. It is also true that my existence is nothing but a threat to this world. I believe that my disappearance is necessary for preserving it. I await your orders, Master, she compels. As long as Master orders me, I, as a weapon, can make my decisions without troubling anyone. Horkosfon's words lacking concern towards herself really make her seem like a weapon. She can say with a straight face that she can just disappear if she's not needed in this world. So, this is what an angel is, just a weapon of destruction created by a god. Upon realizing that, I began to think that she was in a different genre from us. But then, someone else appeared on the scene to object. Wrong! Shouts Letus Riot sonorously. She's the former princess of the human kingdom and the first to discover Horkosfon with me. You can't let people die for the sake of the world, no matter what the reason. She says in defense of Horkosfon as she hugs her. She may have been a villain in the past, but things are different now, aren't they, Holly? Now that she was forgotten her divine, sinister mission, she's choosing her way of life. You can't just deprive her of her future like that. Why is Letus Riot desperately against Horkosfon's destruction? I think I understand why, says Platy beside me. Isn't it because she sees herself in her? Letus Riot's death was once demanded for the sake of the world. With the fall of the human kingdom, the bloodline of their royalty had to be put to an end for the stability of the new harmonic era between the demon and human races. The only reason she survived was wholly due to Demon King Zedan's pity. She's probably putting herself in Horkosfon's shoes right now. Anyone can turn over a new leaf, regardless of their race. Isn't that right, Saint? Isn't that the kind of place this is? Not even I can keep going along with the previous flow after Letus Riot's bold statement. Besides, I'm not mentally prepared to bear any casualties on our farm. What do you think, Hades, your mightiness? Would you be willing to reconsider keeping Horkosfon in our custody? What? He seems awfully unwilling. But I'll give it one more push. Horkosfon seems to have been asleep for so long that she was forgotten her original purpose. In addition, she also calls me her master and obeys me. I don't think she'll cause us harm. I understand, however, be it thy wish as it may, one wrong action from her can leadeth to the destruction of the earth. I'll offer you a new dish as an offering. Thou hast mine own permission to keep her. Such a simpleton Hades is, concluded. Be it. The fact of the matter is that us gods shall stand relieved with anything under thy care, Saint. Alloweth this angel, who supposedly makes a friend with destruction only, knoweth all about the beauty of life. Certainly. Very well. Presently, I shalt wend my way and dealeth with the source of all this, says Hades as he starts mumbling something whilst pressing his temples with his fingers. Is it thee, Hermes? The fool hast done it again. I hast gotten the evidence here with me. What? Thou hast already tied that gent up so that he cannot escapeth? Attaboy. Thou very much art the god of wisdom. I am going to jaunt over there and giveth the gent a lecture. So couldst thee inform Poseidon from thy end? Correct. All three of us shall beat the gent up. See thouest there. It seemed like he was communicating with someone through telepathy, and as soon as it ended, he flashed the most cold-blooded smile on his face. I am leaving now. I look forward to thy new dishes. Yes, your mightiness. and then he disappeared. Master, says Horkosfon, what will happen to me? That's what all of us are wondering. Why don't you just stay here and live with the others for now? You can grow crops, make things, and live without destroying anything. No different from the rest of us. Yue, isn't that great, Holly? Says Lettuce Riot as she hugs Horkosfon tight, more pleased than the person herself. You can keep living here with me. We'll be together forever. She must be highly delighted after fervently making an effort to have Horkosfon's life spared. And so, a new resident joins our farm. Chapter 163, Wonder Drug Guardian. And so, this is how the angel Horkosfon joined our farm. What should I make her do? As in, what work to give her? Work is indispensable to anyone, regardless of their race. Therefore, Horkosfon must also do some kind of work on our farm. Master, I await your orders to send me on a sortie. No sorties. Didn't we pledge before Hades that you would no longer fight or destroy? You're devoting yourself to peaceful work from now on, okay? If so, what am I supposed to do? You're right. I'll let her do a few easy tasks and assess her aptitude. Not that I know what her strong points are, though. Oh yeah. Don't you have wings, Horkosfon? On her back? Well, since she's an angel, I guess I shouldn't even be asking her that. Can you fly? Never mind, she already did the first time we encountered her. Affirmative. The high-speed flight unit Wings of Icarus installed in me uses a hybrid output of photon energy and mana to enable a flight speed of about 6 times faster than the speed of sound. In doing so, the mana field shuts out air resistance and reduces speed loss to less than 1%. Oh, I get it. Not really. I didn't. I could see Sakamoto, the dragon horse, glaring at her from afar, looking extremely jealous. I hope he doesn't let rivalry get the best of him and challenge her to a race later. That aside, Sakamoto has been very useful to me, carrying me in and out of the farm around the clock at high speeds. And his genetic parent is just as competitive. An angel? Huh. Quite bold of you to claim that you can destroy the world. Let's see how that power of yours rivals mine as a dragon, the strongest race. Says Valor. She proposes a challenge in her dragon form. Geez, she's always quick to pick a fight. I literally just promised Hades I would never let Horkosfon do any fighting. Well, I guess I can pass it off as a practice match. The rest of us watched the battle between Vale versus Horkosfon, aka Dragon versus Angel. The result was a draw. Wheeze. Are you for real? I don't think there's anyone else other than Master and that pseudo-corpse who can jostle me like that. Because of the hands-on training you gave me, I was able to get a more detailed understanding of my functions, and for that, I thank you, says Horkosfon with her usual nonchalant air. 2 main armament high mana plasma cannons operating efficiency at 92%, 6 sub-armament mana material Vulcan cannons operating efficiency at 82%. Close combat mana beam sabers continuous use is for 457 seconds with a load factor of 2%. Estimates show that it can be used continuously for another 756. 200 seconds. I have confirmed that my performance prior to my long-term sleep mode has been retained. I still don't get what she's talking about. Still, a new world-class calamity rivaling the dragon and the lifeless king has been identified. They shall be called the world's 3 greatest calamities from now on. But, what I figured out from all of this is that Horkosfon is not to be looked down on in battle. Can we really give her a job outside that field? As I get more and more anxious, Horkosfon makes a suggestion. Master, there is something I would like to confirm. Yeah? It's about the wonder drug that brought me back from my malfunctional state. A wonder drug? Did we have such a thing? I was in no condition to move properly using my defunct parts right after I was reactivated. Had my state continued to deteriorate from there, I would have stopped functioning. And what made her recover from that was, it's all because of the wonder drug Master had given me. But I don't remember doing that at all. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, I think there was a trigger for Horkosfon to recover from her weakened state fully. If I remember correctly, Gobukachi stepped up and offered some food to re-energize her. Are you talking about natto? We did make Horkosfon eat natto. That's how she became completely healthy in an instant. Yes, That natto you speak of is a powerful drug. It has eliminated all the impurities that had accumulated inside my fuselage, revitalized my deteriorating cells, and restored my mana. Seriously? Natto has that much power? It seems to have raised the mana circulation efficiency of all my armaments, improved my basic performance, and also deleted the bad commands nestled in my storage, giving me true freedom. It even made my skin glow. Huh? Natto is practically a panacea now. Natto is the most valuable wonder drug in the world. It needs a guardian. Can you please entrust me with this important role? Like the dragon guarding the golden apple, natto is produced and consumed on a daily basis, so I don't think it's worth protecting. How about you try making natto yourself? Horkosfon? Are you sure? She says with great vigor towards me. This is the first time I've seen her so excited. However, I am afraid to do so. After all, I am a being created to fight and kill. I'm sure I'll be of no use to you in making the life-saving wonder drug. Don't say that. It's actually quite easy to make natto. It's one of the easiest fermented foods to make, and anyone can make it. Don't underestimate natto. Yipes. Angel, why do you get so fired up when natto is involved? I apologize. That was shameful of me. Yeah, please keep calm, okay? Understood. This is the new role I must play in this world. I, Horkosfon, will be the guardian angel of the supreme wonder drug, natto, and will undertake its production alone. Why yeah, we're counting on you. And so, we entrust the production of natto to the angel Horkosfon. A bio-Iapan that only knew how to fight now experiencing the joy of creating things is a blessing. I feel like the natto we'll be eating every morning will taste better and better from now on. Huh? I don't eat it every morning. It makes my mouth stink. I'd rather eat something sweeter and more refreshing. Platty, Vale. I'm trying to end things on a good note here, so don't just butt in. As a bit of extra, though, Horkosfon quickly managed to learn the basic know-how of making natto and can now do everything on her own. Her natto does not have any special boosts or effects when eaten but is still good on its own. It's a failure. What and where did it go wrong? No, I'd say you succeeded. Maybe the elixir I made, natto, was influenced by the hand of supremacy. It's not good to consume something overly artificial daily, either, so we'll maintain our health by eating the natto made by Horkosfon instead. Chapter 164, What Gushes Forth from Underground. The flow of events goes back and forth a little. Let us re-it. The former princess of the human kingdom was the happiest about Horkosfon living with us on the farm. Yay, isn't this great, Holly? I'm so happy for you. She's delighted as she can be. Let us re-it, who stood up for Horkosfon in front of Hades, seems to see herself in her, and for that, she feels incredibly empathetic towards her. She has taken a huge liking to Horkosfon that she says, I know you'll be my younger sister from now on. Feel free to ask me anytime if there's something you don't know or understand. I've been here longer than you, after all. She even acts like a senior even though she's the second latest newcomer. Let us re-it. I'm afraid I must ask you to be quiet. Horkosfon has a peculiar intonation when she calls out the human's name. I'm in the middle of learning the secrets behind making natto directly from Master. Let us re-it pulls me towards her as we distance ourselves a little from Horkosfon. Hey, what was that all about? She doesn't have as much respect for me as I thought she did. Don't ask me. I don't know either. I was the one who appealed to Hades the hardest to save her. Don't you think she should at least be grateful and respectful towards me for it? I thought she has become a likable person, but let us re-it's the same as before. Good intentions cease to be good intentions the moment you expect something in return. Though I guess it's still a little better than asking for material compensation. You have a point. If I show her more and more of my cool side, maybe she will eventually have faith in me as her big sister. She's trying to become an object of faith. Dreaming is free for everyone, I suppose. I'll leave her be. Master, I'm documenting the dissemination rate of the bacteria. Please indicate the most efficient ratio. What? You can read that much into it? Your abilities are so diverse, Horkosfon. It's impressive. No, they're still inferior to the sacred natto you produce, Master. I would like to take my research further. It's delicious enough as it is. You're such a hard-working girl, Horkosfon. It's an outstanding and admirable thing to do, so I pat her on the head to show my commendation. Lettuce Riet looks at me with a glum expression. She came here after me, yet, she's more liked than me. She says, "Come with me for a minute, Holly." Lettuce Riet takes Horkosfon's hand and drags her someplace else. "Where are we going?" "I'd still like to learn more about the secrets of nut making from Master. I'll show you the field I'm making. I take care of it all by myself, you know. You'll understand my greatness once you see it." What? Lettuce Riet was at a loss for words when she arrived at where her field once was. Not a single silhouette or shape of it is in sight. Instead, what's left is a hole so deep and wide you can't even see the bottom. Thanks to the hole, the field is now in utter chaos. This hole. That's right. It's a hole that opened up after Horkosfon suddenly emerged from underground. Of course, she'll have to dig her way out after sleeping underground for 4,000 years. I wonder what were the odds for Lettuce Riet's personal field to be just right on top of it? Oh, right. My fields is a mess. I totally forgot about that. One event after the other happened in succession after that. It's no wonder it slipped her mind. Now that she remembers, the mental damage she takes is doubled. The hole Horkosfon made to emerge from underground wasn't very large in diameter, but it was enough to destroy Lettuce Riet's field, which was only about 2 tatami mats in size. It's too deep to fill it up, so I guess we'll have to make another field somewhere else. It seems my misconduct has caused you some trouble, says Horkosfon apologetically. No, what happened was a complete accident. So it's not your fault. I'll make up for it by putting this hole to good use. Deploying mana cannon. And with that, Horkosfon pulls out a tanky cannon from somewhere. Seriously, where does she keep those things with her? Oh well. She points the barrel towards the hole, into the bottom of who knows how deep. Stratus analysis complete. High mana plasma cannon. Fire, she says as she fires a huge beam towards it. What in the world was that? As the earth shakes violently, a large amount of water gushes out from the depths of the hole. Huh? What's going on? I calculated the water vein's position in the strato and connected it by firing the plasma cannon. A water vein? So, it's groundwater? I am told that a lot of water is needed for farming. I was hoping this could be of help to you, Master. I see. You're very competent for digging up a water well in one shot like that, Horkosfon. However, there is one problem with using the groundwater gushing out as agricultural water. It's warm. That's right. The groundwater gushing out of the hole is quite warm to the touch. Actually, it's more like hot water. A hot spring? Did Horkosfon dig out a hot spring instead of groundwater? Huh? Horkosfon starts panicking after hearing the truth. It seems she's not used to making mistakes. As for the other person with us, my field, not only does it have a huge hole, but it's also being flooded by the water coming out of it. Lettuce Riet breaks down crying in front of her field, which is now beyond fixing. Though it's not flooded by any normal water, but by steaming hot water. Please, forgive me. Even Horkosfon felt flustered towards Lettuce Riet. Oh well, we haven't planted the new seeds on it anyway, so we can make a new field somewhere else instead. Chapter 165, Building the Bath. I'm going to build a bath. Today's the day. I'm going to start making a bath, a dear wish of mine that hasn't been realized for a long period of time. It was originally planned to be built together with the mansion. However, I couldn't establish a system to boil the water, and I was also particular about the material to be used for the bath, so I couldn't make much progress and postponed it until today. I now have hope for this project that had been half abandoned. And it's all thanks to the hot spring Horkosfon had dug up. Who knew there'd be a hot spring here? I heard hot springs come from volcanic belts, but I don't see any volcanoes around here. Still, what's important is the reality in front of us, that there's a hot spring gushing out on our farm. Why bother about needing a system for hot water when it comes out of the ground by itself? Problem solved at once. We also have cypress trees that I grew in the dungeon orchard during the winter to use for the bathroom. That's right. I grew not only fruit trees but also high-grade lumber with the Hand of Supremacy in the Mountain Dungeon. The conditions have all been met. Orcubo. Gather the rest of the orcs and cut the cypress trees in the mountain dungeon. And so, I sent out the orc team in charge of construction works. I'll assemble the collected lumber, connect this ceramic pipe from the hole where the hot spring gushes out all the way to the mansion and pour it into the bathtub. Done. At last, the bath I've been longing for. It's made entirely of Japanese cypress and has a unique, soothing scent. What did you make this time, dear? It's not food. Call me when you make food instead. Once again, Platy and Vale showed up after their unique sense of smell brought them here. Whenever I make something, they rush to me with what I can only assume is their sixth sense. I see. So, this is the bath you've been telling us about? Says Platy as she curiously observes the bathtub filled with hot water. On the other hand, Vale went away as soon as she realized it wasn't food. You've wanted to make this bath for a long time, haven't you, dear? But in the end, this is also just meant to wash us. What difference does it make if you use hot water? Perhaps it's because I didn't make food this time that Platy is less interested. All right then, I'll have her find out for herself how good it feels to be in a natural hot spring made entirely of Japanese cypress. Nearly 1 hour has passed. Platy lets out a heartfelt sigh as she soaks in the bathtub. And again. All she did was sigh. Platy has now been reduced to an instrument that makes sounds of pleasure, completely captivated by the hot spring. Her lower half is also back to her mermaid form as she keeps sighing to no end. It's about time you start speaking actual words again and give me some feedback. It feels so good. I didn't know soaking in hot water felt this great. Even the race, which is usually underwater all year round, loves it, proving how amazing hot springs are once again. Hot springs are great. Viva hot springs. I want to go in too, so could we take turns now? I'm currently in the same room with Platy, who's soaking in the bathtub. It's still an appropriate situation considering she's back in her mermaid form, wearing a thin shirt on her upper body and her lower body that of a fish, so there's no problem even if I'm with her. Naturally, I can't just strip here and share the bath with her. That's just immoral. So, I asked her to get out of the water so that I could bathe. A little more. I want to stay in here a little longer. This is no good. The hot spring has totally melted Platy's mind. I'm glad she likes it, though, so I guess I'll let her get more out of her first hot spring experience. Oh, I know. How about I prepare for a more pleasant hot spring experience in the meantime? That is to say, moving my body and sweat a lot till I feel sticky all over, and then take a bath to feel refreshed. That's it. I'm going outside and start hoeing right now. I was covered in sweat and dust from working in the fields for some time, so that I felt like I needed to take a bath as soon as possible. Perfect. Now I just have to get in the bath. I'm sure even Platy would get bored of staying in the bath for this long. It's my turn to enjoy the hot spring to my heart's desire. Or so I thought, but I encountered another problem. For some reason, naked elves and satyrs were in the hallway of the mansion. Why are you all naked? How could these ladies be so immodest at their age? I immediately covered my eyes with my hands, but for a brief moment, I could see their cute, round bums. It just happened. Okay. Lord Saint, you've come at the right time. Please go tell them, Saint. The girls who came in first won't let us have our turns. What? It seems the rest of the farm residents got word of the completed bathroom and were taking a bath in it all together, crowding the room. I rushed into the bathroom with a blindfold on since I couldn't just look at them directly while they were stark naked in the bath. Hey, what's going on here? Are you seriously asking us that while you're blindfolded? Is that Puffer's voice? Just how many people are in the bathtub right now? Lord Saint, I'm here too. Panu. It feels so good. We've never experienced this back in the forests. Aileron, too? Mermaids, satyrs, and even elves are all in the bath. Wait a minute, Lord Saint. There's an explanation behind this. Was that Betame's voice? You're also here? Our bathtub's capacity is such that 3 or more people going in would make it as cramped as canned sardines. What exactly is going on in it right now? I can't tell with this blindfold on. It's cramped. but it feels so warm and cozy here. Even the earth spirits are here, you see. Miss Platy spent too long in hot water that she passed out. What? Seriously? Is she okay? Should be. Her loyal lampi is looking after her. Anyway, because of that commotion, the bath attracted the attention of us all, which turned into this disastrous scene. The bathtub is filled with these beautiful ladies that the water is overflowing all the way outside the bathroom. Saint, please do something. I'm afraid I'll catch a cold if I wait for my turn naked. Please tell them to hurry up and let us in. Actually, it's too small to hold everyone. Please modify and expand it so that all of us can fit. I'm happy knowing that everyone loves the bath, but being asked to improve it as soon as I just finished it is too much. I thought the story of our farm's acquisition of a bath was coming to a close, but it ended up being the preface of it, soon followed by the next chapter. Chapter 2, The Creation of a Public Bathhouse. But before that, I ended up bathing outside in cold water with Okubo and Gobukachi since I couldn't share a bath full of ladies. Hey, master. That pool of hot water became a huge hit without me knowing, despite being the first to discover it with Platy. Vale now regrets that she missed the chance to take the first bath with Platy before everyone else. I've been noticing this for a while now, but she seems to miss out often on the good stuff. Chapter 166, Large Bathhouse. The Making. Anyway, I decided to build a bigger and better bathhouse. Its popularity exceeded my expectations that the elf and satyr teams even long to have a secure bath. In short, I have to meet their desperate demand of wanting to bathe at any time without having to wait. Apparently, the custom of soaking in hot water and washing the body with it doesn't exist here. Washing one's body in this fantasy world means wiping it with a damp cloth or just swimming in cold water. There are sauna-like facilities in some areas, but they are extremely minor. Introducing a more modern bathing method to such a culture is definitely a significant breakthrough. Except, our farm now has a total of 200 people. Expanding the bathroom in the house wouldn't be enough to accommodate and satisfy them all. After contemplating it, the only conclusion I could come up with was to build a separate large bathhouse. It's like a public bath or a spa resort of some sort where the men and women have their bath and serve as a place for relaxation. Anyway, let's get busy. Okay. The first thing we need to do is select a place to build a large bathhouse. Its purpose is to provide a place for the residents to relax and unwind. I wanted to build it near their primary workplace, the fields, but I decided to go a little further away and set up our territory. The field is scheduled to be expanded in the future. Besides, there is one more thing that worries me. Hot springs usually contain various underground minerals, and in some cases, they are strongly acidic or alkaline. I'm concerned about the effects of such minerals seeping through the soil and affecting the crop's growth. Even the hot water in the private bathroom has a set route into the sea after it is purified. I need to be as highly cautious as I can be. Hence, I kept a distance between the fields and the bathhouse. This place should be all right. I decided on a flat area just outside the farm as the site for construction. The ground is firm and doesn't crumble easily, no matter how deep I dig. The ocean is also within sight, making it convenient for drainage. Okay, let's build our hot spring bath here. A bathhouse requires hot water, which means relying on the hot spring that flows underground. The bathroom back in the main house also has the same source. The hot spring that already gushed out at the expense of Lettuce Riet's field is too far away to be piped all the way here. In fact, it's just enough to fill the private bath. That's why the best thing to do would be to make a new hot spring gush out from directly underneath the bathhouse. I asked none other than the angel Horkosfon to try digging another hot spring for us. I'm counting on you once again. Your wish is my command, Master. She's the one who dug up the hot spring in the first place. After all, it seems digging up a hot spring is a piece of cake for angels, who have once destroyed the world, by making full use of the various abilities, functions they possess, are equipped with. She truly is a terrifying being, says Sensei beside me. I'd say her abilities very much exceed rather than merely rival mine and the dragons. We've been named two of the world's greatest calamities, But I'm reminded now more than ever that there's always someone superior to you. Sensei is here because the proposed site for the bathhouse is located near his dungeon. In terms of its location, I'd say it's about halfway between our farm and his dungeon. Okay, slightly closer to him. Sensei's dungeon is an underground cave dungeon, so we might come into contact with it when we dig up the hot spring. I thought that would be a problem, so I tried getting his permission beforehand. But if that's what you're worried about, don't be, Saint, says Sensei in his usual composed voice. Dungeons are spatio-temporal distortions created by the stagnation of convective mana. My cave dungeon also exists within a distorted subspace and is not actually underground. Therefore, no matter how deep you dig, there is no possibility of coming into contact with it. I was relieved to hear that. Sensei, however, is here to observe the rare event that is about to take place. As he and I look up, Horkosfon hovers in the air with her natural ability to fly. I will now begin excavating the ground. What an earnest girl. She even gave us a signal. Dragon Killer on my right hand. With a sound that pierced the air, a blade of light extends from Horkosfon's right hand. Is that a lightsaber? God Eater on my left hand. And the same goes for her left hand. Dual lightsabers. By putting her hands together, Horkosfon was able to merge the two sabers to form a single huge lightsaber. A blade that slays dragons and another to slaughter gods becomes one blade to pierce the earth. Horkosfon spins, her body rushes toward the ground. She's almost like a drill. I've heard that's an angel's lethal move. It wasn't her exactly, but apparently a different angel used the same move to slay the Giza dragon at the time of the Great Destruction. Seriously? I wondered for a moment how Sensei knew such a thing, but it seems he heard about it when he summoned Hades last time. It must have hurt his pride as an undead king knowing there are things he still doesn't know, even if they happened way before he became immortal. But now that he knows about it, does that mean all is well for Sensei once again? That aside, the blade that once annihilated the dragon Archon in the past is now in great use as a drilling machine for digging hot springs. Horkosfon uses herself as a drill to dig deeper into the earth, and soon after, a column of water spouts from the hole. Oh, the hot spring really popped out just like that. Though I'm sure it only looks that way because Horkosfon is making full use of her angelic powers. All right, it's our job. From here, the orc team as civil workers, the elf team as blasterers, and the goblin team as a support are all standing behind me, eager to start getting their hands dirty. We're building a large bathhouse. Do you want to soak in a warm bath? Yeah. Do you want to keep your body clean every day? Yeah. Do you want to get beautiful skin from the hot spring? Yes. The lady's reaction at the end was remarkably the loudest. We already have the cut lumber with us, and our workers are also in perfect condition. The goal of taking a leisurely bath is what's most likely motivating them. The construction of the bathhouse proceeded at a faster pace than ever before and was finished with nearly perfect quality. Chapter 167, Ascent of the Angel. The completed bathhouse is a Japanese-style wooden house, just like the public baths in the Showa era. I designed and supervised every detail of it. After all, now then, let's take a step inside. First of all, there is a short curtain with the mark at the entrance Batami had made for us. Once you go through it, there is a shoe locker, and from there, the route divides into the men's bath and the women's bath. There is an indigo-dyed curtain with the kanji for man and a crimson-red dyed curtain with the kanji for woman. This authentic feel. Batami truly is uncompromising when it comes to tailoring. I'm a man, so naturally, I went through the indigo-dyed curtain to enter the men's bath. I was immediately greeted by the changing room. The breathable wisteria-woven floor feels good on my feet. There are lockers here, so I take off my clothes and place them inside one. Currently, they aren't furnished with locks yet. It's too much trouble to make such a complicated item, and besides, I don't think anyone would steal on our farm. I earnestly pray that it will stay like this even in the future. And with just a towel wrapped around me, I finally reached the main bathing area. A hot spring bath surrounded by rocks. I didn't set a specific criterion for them. I just picked the best ones I could find in the mountain and cave dungeons and brought them here. We made the bath as large as possible and now has more than enough space for 10 people. We prepared 3 of them based on the lesson learned from the private bath. This should prevent crowds of people from having to wait for their turn. The women's bath is also the same size, so it should be all right. My lord, the hot water is good. I feel alive again. Okubo, Gobukachi, and the others are already in the bath with blissful looks on their faces. A men's bath on our farm would inevitably mean that it will be a monster bath, or, to be more precise, an orc-goblin bath. But even the wolf monsters, the hypercans, also enter the bathhouse and are being bathed by their goblin friends. That's a surprise. I thought dogs and cats didn't like to bathe. The wolves seemed to enjoy it, though. When the hot water was poured on them, they shook their bodies and ran toward the changing room to thoroughly dry themselves. Then it was my turn to get in the bath. Finally, I could finally soak myself in hot water. I feel bliss. The private bath is always occupied by women every day that I can't even use it. Now that the public bathhouse is completed, what would happen to that one? Should I keep it only for Platty and myself to use for quick baths or for visitors? Oh well, it doesn't matter now. The hot water feels so good that it melts my thoughts away. This shore is made splendidly. A dried up human corpse is floating right next to me in hot water. Good lord, that freaked me out. Wait. No, it's not a corpse. It's Sensei, the lifeless king. Sorry for surprising you. You came here, Sensei. I would have welcomed you if you'd just said something. Oh, no. I should be apologizing for just barging in on my own. No way. We've been indebted to you for a lot, Sensei. We'd like to thank you for that. So please feel free to come back to this bath anytime, as many times as you like. Ha ha ha. Sensei is so magnanimous. I'll take you up on your offer. This place is close to my dungeon, so I can visit it easily. Oh, yes. The Immortal King's special hot spring. Not sure if that's an ominous thing or not. I think it would be more appropriate to name it the Hot Springs of Hell. But Sensei, your body is different from those of the living. No matter how you look at it, does the hot spring still work for you? Yes, it does. The hot water seems to have soaked into every part of my body, and I've felt revitalized for some time now. I wonder if an immortal king being revitalized is a good idea. Actually, is the hot water really soaking in his body? Sensei's body is all dried up precisely because he's undead. His bones are covered with a thin layer of skin and a wee bit of flesh, which has also dried up. A more accurate description would be a mummy, I suppose. Or maybe a monk who practices austerity to the point of death and mummification. And since his body is basically dry, it would get sucked up were it to come in contact with water. Are you sure you're all right, Sensei? Won't the hot spring hurt you instead? Don't they say dry bonitos are kept away from moisture-laden places because they will get moldy? I'm sure it's fine. If hot water is enough to defeat the lifeless king, word would have already spread among the living. Sensei has a point. It's a good thing I have dried up skin and flesh remaining on me. Some lifeless kings are complete skeletons, so I'm sure the hot water would have more adverse effects on them. Skeletons, huh? In that case, calcium content will dissolve and they may not be able to enter hot springs. The way Sensei was talking made me a little curious. Have you met any other lifeless kings? Oh, no. They all stay in the dungeons where they are guardians and don't want to have anything to do with the mundane world. But how do you know what other lifeless kings look like? The mana convection currents that circulate the world can carry thoughts far away if you use the right techniques. It's the only way for lifeless kings living in the depths of the world's dungeons to exchange information. Oh, so, it's kind of like a magic phone. Nonetheless, it's a technique used by lifeless kings, so I'm sure it's a very high-leveled one. It's useful for sharing information about active adventurers and for exchanging catches from each other's dungeons. However, it can also be quite troublesome. Oh, depending on the recipient. Some of them may not reply despite knowing that they've received and read the message. Some of them would even get angry and send you a follow-up message saying, "Why aren't you replying?" Immortal kings are also tough to deal with. The scene zone problem. However, I had sometimes wondered how Sensei could be holed up in such an underground dungeon for 1,000 years and yet not be frivolous and be knowledgeable about worldly affairs. So, that's the reason why they've been sharing information through telepathic magic. Now that we've warmed up to the bone, I'd say it's time we get out of the water. I agree. Sensei stands up from the bath with a splashing sound. When I saw his entire figure, I was terribly confused. Why? Because there's a stranger in front of me. Do you mind? Yes? Who are you? I ask Sensei. Wait, no. This guy is standing where Sensei should be. But he's not Sensei. What's going on? The person who seemed to be Sensei is a living, breathing human being. His skin is glowing, his muscles bulging, and his hair silky. His appearance is that of a good-looking man in his 20s. Who are you? You're being silly, Lord Saint. Aren't I none other than the lifeless king you call Sensei? No, our Sensei is more dried up like a mummy. He's not some dashing, young man like you. Please. Gobukachi presents a bucket filled with hot water to the young man who seems to be Sensei. A replacement for a mirror? He told him to look at his face reflected in the water. Oh, says the young man, looking at his reflection in the water. Isn't this what I looked like during my lifetime? During your lifetime? Were you that much of a hottie when you were alive, Sensei? You surprised me. Even your voice changed. This hot spring sure has tremendous benefits. I never thought it would bring life back to my dry body. However, as Sensei got out of the bath and wiped his body with a towel, he immediately went back to his original state of looking like a mummy. It was only a brief change, but I couldn't help but record it immediately. My farm's hot spring benefits. Rejuvenation. Chapter 168. Large public bath. Flower garden. I am one of the many elves working at Lord Saint's farm, so I don't think telling you my name is necessary. My role today is only that of a storyteller, and storytellers don't need self-assertion. Lord Saint can't be the storyteller this time, so I'll be his substitute. Because where I'm going from here is a sacred area not even he could enter. I don't think anyone will complain even if he steps in. But how should I say this? Lord Saint is a pretty reserved man. Anyway, the realm that I, an unworthy replacement of the great saint, am about to enter and talk about, the women's bath. The existence of the bath captivated the hearts of the women on the farm from the moment it was created. It feels good, is good for your health, and also makes you beautiful. They say that Lord Saint passionately told Lady Platy about it on countless occasions. So, when the hot spring was completed, everyone was bursting with excitement. Everyone wants to become even more beautiful than now, and I am also one of them. However, the first bath that Lord Saint created was too small to accommodate all of us. Still, he isn't called great for nothing. He immediately created a larger bath so that everyone could bathe without any problems. That's Lord Saint for you, a nobleman. That's Lord Saint for you. Worshipped and praised by everyone. The new bath is divided into two main areas, one for men and another for women. Well, we need to draw a line, don't we? After all, we bathe naked, though some girls booed, saying, "Why won't Lord Saint take a bath with us?" I'll just say that I was a little disappointed as well, but a storyteller shouldn't be talking much about themselves. I have no choice but to observe and talk about the women's bath. After another hard day at the workshop, I immediately headed for the large bathhouse with my friends. When we entered the main entrance, there were two more entrances, and the one with the red curtain was the entrance to the women's bath. When we went through it, we saw other beautiful women had already gathered inside. Elves, satyrs, earth spirits, demons, mermaids, humans, beautiful women of various races are all naked and in full bloom like flowers in a garden. You think my way of describing those of the same sex is inappropriate? How naive. Just because I'm a woman doesn't mean I can't be interested in naked women. We elves have the same old ancestors as the demon race, which means that our skin color is as dark as theirs, like the color of a deeply roasted bean. Point is, it's dark. However, now that satyrs have joined us, the percentage of light-colored skin has increased. Therianthropes, including satyrs, are a race derived from the human race. The dark skin of the demon race and the light skin of the human race together in the women's changing room looks just like black and white patches. white bum, black bum, white bum, black bum, white bum, white bum, black bum, black bum, black bum, white bum, black bum, white bum, white bum, white bum, black bum, white bum. Like so. I also added another one. A black bum. My bum. As such, the women's bath is in harmony. So, this is the bathhouse they've been talking about, says a lively person. It was Miss Lettuce Riet, the former princess of the human race. She's always so boisterous about everything. This is where you can wash your body, relax and alleviate your fatigue. Follow me, Holly. I'll give you a special tour. Roger. The one following her was the angel Horkosfon. I've heard that she was the major contributor to the construction of this wonderful bath. I wonder why the princess is being so high and mighty around her. It's your first time taking a bath, isn't it, Holly? I'll show you how it's done, so you can watch and learn the bath etiquette. Roger. Let us read. This is also the first time for the princess to take a bath. No doubt about it. But why is she so confident? When they were both about to get into the bath after taking off their clothes, Miss Lettuce Riet asked, "Hey, Holly, you have wings on your back, right? Is it okay for them to get wet in hot water?" "Oh, right. As an angel, Miss Horkosfon has large wings spreading out from her back, which seems to hinder bathing." Lord Saint said that angels always have wings, but it would be a problem even for the bathers around her with wings that big. Leaving it as it is would. "I have acknowledged your opinion. Let us read it. Could you grab hold of my wings for me, please?" "What? Like this?" "Wings of Icarus deactivated. Mana supply terminated. All interface connections confirm failsafe mode. Dorsal flight mechanism can now be safely removed." "Huh? Your wings are detachable?" I was also surprised. I didn't know they were detachable. "You can place the wings just over there." "All right, let's take a bath. Let us read." "Oh, okay." Now stripped bare, the two proceeded to the back where the bathhouse is. This is no time to be dumbfounded. I also need to take off my clothes and bathe as soon as possible. I was about to step into the bathing area when I bumped into something huge and soft by the doorway. "Oh, I'm sorry." It was Miss Panu, the leader of the satyr team. Satyrs are half goat, half man, which is probably why they have strong limbs and splendid builds. Miss Panu, in particular, has something even more splendid. They're almost a little intimidating. I was just about to leave. Baths make your body so soft and refreshed. It even removed the stiffness from my shoulders. Indeed, it's no wonder she'd have stiff shoulders with a body like that. That's right. Lord Saint instructed us to place the milk we produce here, says Miss Panu as she takes out something. Oh, not only one, but there are many bottles of milk with her. The milk produced by the satyrs is a super high-quality product that is usually served to the great people of the human and demon races. Just the fact that we can drink it daily shows how much of a paradise this farm is. Lord Saint told me that drinking milk after getting out of the water is good manners in the bath. Is that so? Lord Saint really is well informed. He also said that they're better served chilled, so I put them in a small icebox perfumed. And now they're cold as ice. You can have a drink as well once you're done. And with that, Miss Panu walks past. Chapter 169. Revived Angel. Our farm has gotten more luxurious and paradise-like with the completion of the public bathhouse. But then, Master, I have something to discuss with you. Yes? The angel Horkosfon came to me for advice. I thought she was going to ask something related to Natto, but I was wrong. First, I'd like you to take a look at this. What she presented to me was a freshly severed human head. Good lord. A head? It's a head. A freshly severed head. There's only the head, not the rest of the body. A head of someone who has met an unnatural death. Please calm down, Master. This is a part of my kind. A part? Her own kind? So, this head is from an angel like Horkosfon? I presume it is the same model of mine that was destroyed by the gods during the Great Destruction 4,000 years ago. Oh, Horkosfon and the other angels are transcendent beings created long before humanity was born. It is said that they are the so-called bioweapons of God sent by Zeus to gain control over the earth. Legend says they were so powerful that the gods of the earth and the gods of the sea banded together to eradicate them. So, this decapitated head is the remnant of the angel Hades destroyed 4,000 years ago? Affirmative. I discovered it recently. Discovered? How long ago? I found it buried underground during the hot spring excavation. Seriously? You found it then? Angels, though in ruins, can be easily unearthed by excavating them. After my work was done, I checked its overall condition. I found no damage to the cognitive subsystems in the head. I believe it can be revived by repairing it. Repair? Master has done maintenance to my half-destroyed state and restored me to perfect condition. I was hoping that Master could bring her back to life even in this state. Hence I came to you. Wait. Repair? Repair? This has been on my mind for a while now, but is she really an angel or a robot? She's a cute girl based on appearances, eats, and bathes like any normal earthling. But even if she's saying they're robotically repairable, it isn't always possible to return them to their original state, especially if they're suffering from fatal wounds, damage. Wouldn't that be impossible? After all, we only have the head. Where will we get the torso and the rest of her body? No need for concern, Master, says Horkosfon somewhat conceitedly. I've unearthed the other parts as well. She presented me with dismembered arms, legs, chest, and hips. It's like one brutal murder case. 10 angels were rolled out back then, and the gods destroyed all but me. It does seem like that. The unearthed angel parts I have with me now are Nakosfon's head, Ponisfon's arms, Hismenaifon's torso, Logosfon's pelvis, and Limosfon's legs. Or so I believe. This is what I got after carefully selecting the parts that can be reused. Are you saying each part belongs to different angels? Since their original owners' bodies have been crushed, we're just going make an entirely different body by putting their parts together, huh? Not even in my wildest dreams did I expect to repair a human body with my own hands. However, the Hand of Supremacy, a gift from Hephaestus that resides in my hands, is effective even at a time like this. My hands move automatically and on their own to connect each piece together just by me looking at the dismembered angel parts. With Horkosfon's help, the seemingly impossible repair surprisingly proceeded smoothly. We did it. A beautifully reconstructed human body lies before me. The once destroyed angels are now joined as one using each of their salvageable parts after the Great Destruction. I felt like I was stepping into the realm where people shouldn't while I was working on it, though. Is this a good idea? Is it really a good idea to bring back an angel that once destroyed the earth? Thank you, Master. Because of you, my friend has been revived. On the other hand, seeing Horkosfon look so happy made me feel accomplished. Well, I'm glad I could help, but does this really count as reviving her? Worry not, Master. Her power component is up and running again, and mana will spread throughout her body, rebooting in 10, 9, 8, a countdown, 2, 1, 0, morning. She's awake. The patched-up angel is awake. She successfully restarted after merely putting together random, 4,000-year-old parts. These angels are unbelievable. Still, it's painful to look at her with such parts put together. Thin, feminine arms, plump thighs, bulky torso, slender waist, and a baby face. She is effeminate in every way, but maybe it's because of how we resurrected her that I get the impression that she's not quite right in many places. Congratulations on your revival. What should we call you? You're right, that is a tricky one. Your arms are from Ponisfon, torso from Hismenaiphon, hips from Logosfon, and legs from Limosfon, a fusion of various fuselages. But your identity should come from your thinking organ, the head, which is of Nakosfon's, correct? What the hell is going on here? The revived angel seems confused. Horkosfon, who took her words seriously, said, she's certainly not Nakosfon. In fact, her behavior doesn't correspond to any of the angels' parts that were used. Seriously? Well, I did assume that all angels talk robotically like Horkosfon does, but seeing this angel makes me think of a Gyari girl more. And what the hell is up with my body? Wasn't I supposed I'll be crushed by the dragon? Wait, I think I also got cut in half by the underworld god scythe. Actually, I also remember being skewered by the sea god's trident. Does she have all the memories of the individual parts we used on her? Her personality is becoming more and more messed up. We thought reviving an angel with random parts was feasible, but now that we've accomplished that, it seems like we have even bigger problems to face. Chapter 170, The God of Wisdom's Descent. At the request of Horkosfon, I repaired and revived her fellow angel that had been destroyed. However, the resurrected angel was repaired by mixing body parts from several angels, so it was impossible to tell who she really was. The story continues from here. Hold fast right there. Me, Horkosfon, and the newly repaired angel are the only people in the workshop, but we suddenly heard a voice that didn't belong to any of us. That startled me. I looked around and saw a gentle-looking young man I'd never met before, floating in the air. He was slender and handsome but also seemed somewhat weary. I felt like I'd seen him somewhere before, then remembered he looked just like that guy from Express Companies back in my world. However, he was no ordinary person. He was holding a staff with 2 live snakes coiled around it. Certainly, not just anyone could carry such a thing with a straight look on their face. I am Hermes, the god of wisdom and knowledge belonging to the celestial realm. While I was trying to grasp the situation, the other party told us his name. God, as in like Hades and the others? But Sensei never summoned you, huh? A god? I am a messenger for the gods, so I am more flexible than the other deities. I can descend upon legitimate business without need of summoning by thy neighbor, the immortal king, says the god of wisdom as he twirls his staff. No need to look upon me with such an extremely wary eye. Thouist may have preconceived notions that gods of heaven be a bunch of scumbags from the deeds mine own father's use has done. But I desire of thee to have faith that his family members are not as blackguardly as that gent. Okay. I always sought to be a valued god for the children of men, commensurate to mine own brother, Hephaestus, who hast gifted thee the hand of supremacy. Such is mine purpose in coming here on urgent business, he adds as he looks at the newly resurrected angel. Goodness me. Thou hast assuredly resurrected one hell of a thing. Even with Hephaestus' gift, I never wouldst have envisioned an earthling might revive an angel. Is it a bad thing that we did? My gut feeling was telling me that Hermes rushed here maybe because he sensed the revival of this patched-up angel. Most verily, I am sure Uncle Hades has declaimed to thee of the horrors of angels. One angel alone embodies a threat that can destroy the earth. In truth, a special exception of special exceptions made true that he spared thee one, says Hermes as he points to Horkosfon with his serpentine staff. Yes, we are terribly grateful to him for listening to our whims in granting our wish. The role of Uncle Hades and the other gods of the earth is to stand in stewardship over these lands, but since angels originally came to be created by a celestial god, we too hast a responsibility. Hence mine own descent here. What about this angel that we resurrected? Of course, it would be most wise to destroy Thor, seal her fast and secure so the lady may never resurrect ever again. No way. After we worked so hard to fix her, I wanteth that to recognize how much of a threat angels be. In truth, just recently, that angel, Hermes points at Horkosfon again, did become the cause of Uncle Hades and Uncle Poseidon storming the celestial realm for the cause of mine own father keeping her existence a secret. Those gents were serious about locking up such an evil god in Tartarus. They want to say that the existence of angels is of prime concern, enough to anger the main gods. So, Zeus is. Well, that old fool did press his forehead upon the floor and did apologize. So he did manage to reduce his received sentence to 1,000 years of house arrest. That evil god has naught pride whatsoever, even though he usually acts likening himself as some big shot. What is this feeling I get? It's like the way the god of wisdom speaks about his father, whom he should respect, is full of irritation and resentment towards him instead. So, now thou know the full measure of it. Sorry, but I wanteth thou to deliver over that angel thou worked so hard to revive. I cannot permit any more blunders enabled by the god of heaven for the sake of Uncle Hades and the others. I could sense the god of wisdom trying to take responsibility and support the heavenly realm on behalf of his foolish father. Please, pleads the other angel, Horkosfon. Take me along with her and dispose of us in any way you like. Buttest thou? She's an ally whom I finally reunited with after 4,000 years. I would rather perish with her than part again. Horkosfon was allowed to live on our farm with Hades' permission. Still, she probably finds it unbearable to be the only one who can live in peace. Hence, she puts her life at stake to save her allies. I humbly ask of you as well, says I. The angels may have been created to destroy and invade, but that doesn't mean they have to live as such. They can think for themselves and make decisions on their own. After all, those born into this world have the right to enjoy and live in it, don't they? Very well. That fast? Well, that's not very reasonable of him, especially after all that he just said. If thou bid me that angels also hast the right to live, then I can only concur with thee. And as there is already a precedent in Horkosfon's case, I cannot just ignore that and persist in disposing of those folks. Then, however, I am still going to detain that angel in the celestial realm with me at least once. The lady has many parts that cannot be made whole by thy improvised repairs, and also needs a full-scale overhaul to excise any hazards. True, even I'm not confident I could have done a perfect job with a repair that relied 100% on the hand of supremacy. Hermes has also made a concession, so we can only give in. Understood. We'll leave her in your hands. You're fine with that too, right? Horkosfon? Affirmative. She still seemed reluctant, but Horkosfon exercised restraint and nodded. But what exactly does an overhaul entail? Isn't Zeus, the god who created the angels, under house arrest? Nay, it not was mine own Clotpole father who did create those folks. What? Is there some sort of conflicting information here? On the surface, aye. But there stands no way that mine own Clotpole father couldst create such powerful bioweapons. Dost thou not think so? When it comes to creation, it verily must be only the work of mine own brother, Hephaestus. Oh, the 10 angels launched 4,000 years ago were all from that gent under the orders and strict supervision of Zeus and Eris, the god of slaughter. Hephaestus was the one who gave me the hand of supremacy. Are this and the fact that I could repair the angel with my skill connected? They originated from the same god, after all. I hath heard that mine own brother did complete the angels in tears of sorrow due to Eris' repeated change orders and relentless lambasting. But that is precisely the reason that gent had such stout feelings for his masterpieces. Hephaestus felt devastated when he found out the angels had been destroyed. I understand. As a person who grows and builds things on the farm, I know exactly how Hephaestus felt, which is assuredly why Hephaestus shall gladly undertake this job. That gent shall definitely be most able to tune that angel into an ally of peace. Please, we're counting on you. The mention of the Hephaestus name dispelled even the slightest of our doubts. Come then, angel. Thou shalt be reborn in the celestial realm as a friend of this world. I don't even know what am I supposed to be. I could sense Hermes was about to lose his temper. I hope Hephaestus can correct that personality of hers, too. Thus, the patched-up angel was taken by Hermes and left for the celestial realm. By the time she returns, I'm sure she'll have undergone some adjustments and become easier to get along with than she is now. Believing in the future, Horkosfon seemed convinced as well. Before Hermes left, however, he had one last thing to say. Oh, a moment more. Saint. Yes? I shall call upon thee privately sometime soon. So alloweth me to sup upon some of thy bamboo shoot and green peas rice. Chapter 171. Under the maple tree. I'm at the mountain dungeon with the elves today. Well, to be more precise, we're at the orchard within the mountain dungeon. Elves are people of the forests by nature. They make handy tools in the workshop every day, but I also want them to take a break and refresh themselves now and then in their spiritual home, a lush forest. I asked them to walk around the dungeon orchard instead of the surrounding forest to get their opinion on something while they forest bathe. Elves, being forest dwellers, have the wisdom to make use of the forest's bounty that they have accumulated over generations. The pottery, leather goods, and glasswork they make in their workshops are the result of this, so they know a lot about forests, including things I don't know. I thought that if I let them wander around the dungeon orchard, they might develop some innovative ideas. It seems Aileron caught onto something really quick. "This tree looks good," she says, her attention seemingly caught by a tree trunk. As I observe, wondering what's special about it, Aileron suddenly takes out a knife and stab. She stabs it into the tree trunk, its blade plunged in deep. What is she doing? Just watch. She pulls out the knife and stares at the slit for a while. Through the slit, a clear, viscous liquid comes out. Some liquid is coming out of the tree. It's sap. Sap? The amount of sap that comes out depends on the type of tree. I thought this one seemed to produce a lot. I was right on the money. Aileron scoops up some of the leaking sap with her finger and holds it in front of me. Is she telling me to lick it? Something about this doesn't feel right. Nonetheless, I take Aileron's sap-coated finger into my mouth. It's sweet, right? It's a way to get precious sugar in the forest as well as to quench your thirst. I didn't know there was a way to intake water in the forest like this. Their wisdom never ceases to amaze me. I feel like I've tasted this sweetness before, though. But from where? Lord Saint. What kind of tree is this? I must take note of it since it produces sap easily. Oh, this tree is. I look up and suddenly recall that I planted this maple tree not for its fruits or lumber but for admiring its beautiful red leaves in autumn. I didn't realize it would also have a practical use, such as producing sap, and the liquid that comes from maple trees is maple syrup. So, the maple syrup treated like counterfeit honey uses this sap as its ingredient. What's the matter, Lord Saint? Aileron, I need your help. There's something I want to try. Aileron and I collected sap from the surrounding maple trees and brought it back to the mansion after filling up one leather bag. I then transferred it to a pot and let it boil over the fire for a while. The water evaporated, leaving most of the sweet taste, thus increasing its concentration. It became the viscous, amber-colored liquid I remember. I dip my finger in it and lick the syrup. It's so sweet. It's much denser and sweeter than the raw sap after concentration. A 100% syrup. We have brought maple syrup to this world. I didn't expect to make something this good by chance. The elves' forest wisdom really is a boon to us. I'm sure I'll be relying on them more and more after this. But for now, I'll stick to making use of the maple syrup I have just acquired. How can I make this maple syrup truly shine? Pancakes. When you say maple syrup, it just has to be pancakes. What better way to get the most out of the sap's sweetness than by eating piping hot pancakes drizzled with maple syrup? All right, we'll try making pancakes next. First, we must prepare the pancake mix. But then, it hit me. What goes in a pancake mix again? How to make pancakes? Add milk and eggs into the pancake mix and cook. How the hell do you make pancake mix? I used to buy pancake mix at stores back in my world, so the question never crossed my mind. What's the difference between pancake mix and wheat flour? I don't know how to make pancake mix, so I'll just have to use wheat flour as a substitute. Eggs, in. Milk, in. Wheat flour, in. I don't think that's enough, so I'll add some sugar too. I'll cook using these ingredients for now. I pour the well-mixed batter onto the heated pan. I'm using the metal pan that doesn't burn, rust, and easily removes grease. Even scrubbing it with a scourer doesn't leave a single scratch. Once the surface started to bubble, I turned the pancakes over with a spatula. Bam. After checking how well it's been cooked, I transferred it onto a plate. Order up. They may not be fluffy enough, but the otherworldly pancakes are done. I'm going to dash maple syrup on them while they're still hot. Butter is almost a must for pancakes, so I placed a lump of butter on top. As it melted slowly and soaked into the pancakes' butter, the earth spirits appeared. They sure are sharp when it comes to butter. I can smell the butter. Did you make another butter dish? Master's butter dishes are so goody. I wanna taste it. Butter. The earth spirits and I had an intense staring contest, but in the end. All right. You can have some. I did expect things would turn out like this. Yay, yay. I wove you, master. But the earth spirits happily take a bite off the pancake. Yummy, yum, yum. Utterly, buttery delicious. The sweetness of home. I'm glad they like it. I'd say making otherworldly pancakes right after making otherworldly maple syrup is a huge success. Nevertheless, one question still lingers in my mind. What's the difference between pancake mix and wheat flour? It seems this mystery won't be solved anytime soon. Chapter 172, The Sea Prince's Valor. Prince Rauana came to visit. He's the older brother of my wife, Platy, so he's like a brother-in-law to me. Still, we're close in age and get along well, so we're pretty much good friends now. It feels like it's been ages since we last saw him, but it hasn't. He actually comes to our farm almost every 3 days or so. I used to worry about him coming so often. I mean, do mer princes really have that much free time on their hands? But lately, I've been worrying about that less and just welcome the prince whenever he drops by. I won the martial swimming competition, shares Prince Rauana with me one day. What? Seriously? That's amazing. Platy, who usually doesn't receive her brother, happens to be there by chance and joins in on the conversation, which is quite a rare occasion. Martial swimming competition? What's that? I ask as I munch on the bowl of vegetable pickles after serving them some tea. It's a martial arts tournament passed down from time immemorial among our race. Mermen challenge each other with their arms, tail fins. From what he told us, the fighting methods of the mermaid race differ significantly between the two genders. The mermaids use their characteristic pharmaceutical magic to create attack potions and use them to fight. This is how Platy and the other mermaids battle and is probably one of the reasons why they're called witches. On the other hand, the fighting methods of mermen are in stark contrast. First of all, they do not fight by relying on magic potions. They rely mainly on their sharp harpoons and their bodies. Using their tail fins, they swim through the water and use their momentum after gaining a certain speed to pierce their opponent with their harpoon. This is a surefire winning strategy for the merman. Various auxiliary techniques have been researched for this purpose: faster swimming techniques, skillful harpooning, and even secret techniques to manipulate the ocean currents to assist their movements and obstruct their opponents. Competing by putting one's skills and efforts to the test is the significance of this competition. It's a one-on-one match where you pierce each other with harpoons. The one who dies loses. Wait, it can't be that severe, can it? You only lose when you surrender or are half dead or something, right? The competitors will fight each other as they progress through each round until only one of them is left. It's a great honor for any merman to emerge victorious in this competition. You've been a regular finalist every year, so you've been able to maintain your prestige as a prince, but you've never won before, right, brother? You must have gotten lucky and hit the jackpot this time. I knew it, sister. You don't think it's because of my ability, do you? I'm sure these siblings don't get along too badly, but what exactly is the cause behind Platy's indifferent attitude towards her brother? Just so you know, I didn't win the competition by luck alone. After all, my opponent in the first round of the final tournament was the defending champion, General Shark. Huh? You won against that savage general? Then, in the semi-finals, it was the previous defending champion, the Master Slayer, Beltfish, and in the final round, it was the living legend of the mermaid world, Master Pike. How's that? Can you still say that I won by pure luck after hearing that I fought to the bitter end against this lineup of competitors? Brother, what kind of cheat did you use? Why won't you believe me? As an outsider, I'm not very familiar with those names, but from what I can understand, it seems Prince Rauana has accomplished a remarkable feat. He's a bit on the modest side compared to Platy and the others. Flamboyance, but he's probably still a great merman. Well, I wouldn't call it cheating or anything. So, you did cheat. Come on, out with it, and go apologize to the organizers. I didn't break any rules. The secret to me winning was this. And with a loud thud, Prince Rauana brings out a huge turtle shell. Ah, is that what I think it is? It's a lotus shell. A tortoise monster we defeated in the mountain dungeon some time ago. After multiple attempts to make good use of it, we decided to turn the shell into a shield because of its perfect size and shape. I think I vaguely remember Prince Rauana taking it home with him because he liked it so much. This shield is marvelous. The shell's characteristic round shape is another merit on top of its sturdy build. Thanks to this shield, I was able to withstand General Shark's death bite saw, Beltfish's decapitating technique, and even Master Pike's killer Pierce. That's how I was able to seize victory by countering right after and during their special attacks. Prince Rauana was all hyped up as if the adrenaline rush from that time was coming back to him. As Platy said, that was my first victory, and I owe it all to this shield I got from you, Lord Saint. My long-cherished wish has come true. I came here today to thank you for it. Oh no, not at all. From what I've heard so far, the competition that pits the prestige of the merfolk against each other doesn't sound so easy that a single secret weapon could take out the strong opponents. I'm sure Prince Rauana's assiduous efforts also played an essential role on top of it. At the same time, I signaled with my hands to the orcs passing by to mass produce the shell shields. We've now proven that it is indeed effective. Winning the competition helped me prepare to follow in my father's footsteps and succeed him to the throne. I want to keep taking my duties as seriously as I can. That sounds promising. However, I have been feeling uneasy about something lately. Huh? Prince Rauana's tone of voice suddenly drops. I've been wondering if I have what it takes to be the next ruler. Now that I have won the competition, I am one step closer to becoming the Mermaid King, but it also made me realize that there are still aspects I'm lacking in. On a side note, I asked Puffer, the Witch of the Bitter Cold, who has a crush on Prince Rauana, why she was so unresponsive to the feat he accomplished. And her reply was, I went to the venue and watched the match in person. I used up all my excitement there. What? Puffer, aren't you supposed to be a prisoner prohibited to go back to the sea without permission? How could you just show up at a public place like that? I wanted to root for the prince no matter what. I made sure to disguise myself and keep a low profile. Surprisingly enough, no one ever found out it was me. I then heard that a mermaid helped Prince Rauana win the competition by supporting him with magic potions to heal his injuries and keep him in good shape in between his matches. Apparently, he was so happy winning the competition that he even hugged her in the heat of the moment. However, her identity remains unknown, and word has spread among the merfolk about the prince's mysterious romantic partner. As it turns out, the reason behind Prince Rauana's first long-sought victory wasn't just his secret weapon, the tortoise shield, or his hard work and training, but that he also had the inside help of a woman who adored him. Chapter 173, The Sea Prince's Qualities. Demon King Zed came to visit the same day as Prince Rauana did. Long time no see, King Zed. Let's have a bout. Bring it on, Prince. The pair began to sumo wrestle as soon as they met. I know I'm the one who taught them how to sumo wrestle, but their obsession with it still scares me. I don't do it, you know. Just working in the fields is already hard on my lower back. I really don't. Dosakoi. Prince Rauana, cornered at the edge of the ring, made a huge comeback with a twist-down move and won. The hips of the heroic merman who won the martial swimming competition are still tenacious even on land. I lost. Your sumo skills are unparalleled, Prince Rauana. It's only a mere sport. As a ruler, I can only admire your abilities, Demon King. Yep, they're on good terms. The Demon King and the future Mermaid King get along swimmingly. I feel so reassured by their relationship it's almost weirding me out. Isn't that a good thing, Lord Saint? What are you unhappy about? I'm not. I react to the retort of Belena, who's standing next to me. Still, there's someone not satisfied with the current situation, and that person is. I am not yet qualified to be the next Mermaid King, says Prince Rauana during his chat with the Demon King. My valor, wisdom, and caliber aren't enough to make me king. If I become king without securing any of these qualities, it could bring disaster to my beloved kingdom. You may say that, but isn't Prince Rauana being a little too hard on himself? In light of his recent victory in the martial swimming competition? I'd say he has a lot of courage, not to mention the fact that he's buddies with the Demon King, the king of another kingdom on land, is a considerable diplomatic advantage. I think his people would be relieved if he became the next king. No, that event is only a competition bound by rules. You can't say that you have won a true war even if you become the champion of it. The more I came to know King Zed, the more I understood this fact. So, Prince Rauana is saying he's inexperienced. Though he is not much older than I am, He is already in a responsible position as king and has also accomplished the feat of destroying the human kingdom and unifying the earth. His supremacy, his greatness. I'm not close to him in any way at all. Please. It's nothing like that. The Demon King is embarrassed to hear sudden praises. I must say, then, that you have quite the desirable qualities as a ruler. As the leader of a neighboring kingdom, I could not be more relieved if you were to rule the Mermaid Kingdom. I appreciate your solicitude. However, I cannot be satisfied with how things are at the moment. I must furnish my solemnity and style to be more becoming of a Mermaid King. That's what Prince Rauana has been saying whenever he comes over lately. It seems his victory in the recent competition has affected him in both good and bad ways. And now that he has the opportunity to interact with the Demon King again, he has become more conscious of what it really means to be a ruler. Prince Rauana is my wife's brother and a dear friend of mine, so I'd like to help him with his troubles. How can one be regarded as possessing solemnity and style? Those are precisely what Prince Rauana is looking for. Solemnity, style. I wondered for a bit, and then something flashed into my mind. How about a full set of equipment? When you start from appearances, you also change to match it, as in Okubo's case, who started becoming like a general after wearing extravagant armor. The Demon King also has a legendary weapon like the furious Holy Sword Inrot, so why don't we have Prince Rauana follow suit and give him some awesome weapon? Maybe that would make him feel more solemn. Something like regalia? I see. You have a point. The Demon King stroked his chin as he heard my idea. All right. Now that that's settled, let's make a weapon for Prince Rauana right away. The mana metal that we have in stock is also known as the best metal on Earth, and if I strike it while the Hand of Supremacy is active, I should be able to make a pretty good weapon similar to a holy sword. Mermen seem to have an affinity for harpoons, so I will use that as a reference. Then, I'll make its handle from the oak tree that we grow in the mountain dungeon. Done. Prince Rauana's very own harpoon, made by yours truly. Oh, it has quite an unusual shape to it. Both the Demon Lord and the Prince Rauana were bewildered when they saw the finished product. Yeah. The main point is to enhance the owner's solemnity, so I tried to make its design flamboyant. What exactly is the design, you ask? While regular harpoons are straight and spear-like, Prince Rauana's personal harpoon has a characteristic crescent-shaped blade. Let's see what happens when Prince Rauana uses it. Prince Rauana loves to wrestle, eat pickled cucumbers, and has a shell shield. He has given off the impression of being a kappa with these characteristics combined. But if we give him a pike with a crescent-shaped blade, the image that comes to mind is the superstar of the kappa world, Shagojo. Though I guess that would be too difficult for them to understand. Shagojo and the characteristic pike he uses as his primary weapon is only known in my world. I went too far, I'm sorry. But while I reflect on my actions, Prince Rauana masterfully uses the pike, the culmination of my corny joke, and enjoys a simulation battle with the Demon King. Oh, higher. He successfully faces off the Demon King's Inrot with a pike in his right hand and a shell shield in his left hand. I know the Demon King isn't taking this seriously, but I guess Prince Rauana is one of the stronger people in the world for being on par with someone wielding a holy sword. Let's stop here. Prince Rauana agreed. Nonetheless, your form was impeccable. I couldn't find an opening to knock you down until the very end. Had our short battle continued any longer, my physical strength wouldn't have lasted, certainly exposing my weakness. Maybe it's because I've been doing a lot of political work lately that my body has gone stiff. They're having a conversation only the strong could engage in. It seems the prince likes his new weapon. Although I am very grateful for Lord Saint's kindness, I still cannot pave the way to becoming the Mermaid King without training myself. I hereby make up my mind, says Prince Rauana, stirring himself up. He has made up his mind? On what? I'm going on a journey to discipline myself starting from my very roots. Chapter 174, The Sea Prince's Departure. Prince Rauana said he was going on a pilgrimage, which naturally shocked us. After all, he's the heir to the Mermaid Kingdom that rules the seas. Moreover, the destination of his journey is on land. He said he would visit various places on land to broaden his knowledge and gain exposure. Well then, may we meet again. He'll start from our farm. However, since the farm is surrounded by a vast expanse of uninhabited mountains and fields, he would first have to teleport to the Demon Kingdom's capital and then to a country from there. Puffer is the most upset by this decision. No, I'm going with you. Even now, she still flails around whilst being restrained by the others. She adores Prince Arowana so much that she looks forward to his visits more than anything else. So it must be torture to have that taken away from her, which leads her into thinking that she should just accompany the prince to have him all to herself. But that would be problematic for us. You are now an indispensable asset to our farm for the production of fermented foods and the management of the freezer. Puffer, being away for several days is still tolerable, but our food storage system will break down if she's gone for several months. Puffer, I appreciate your concern, but you and I both have missions to fulfill in our respective areas, and we must do our best to fulfill them. Am I right? With the help of Prince Rawana's persuasion, Puffer was able to calm down. Prince, then, please take this, says Puffer as she holds out a pendant of some kind. It looks like a crystal pendant as clear as ice. Think of this as me and keep it close to you. All right. I'll wear it around my neck at all times, says the prince as he wears the pendant he had received. Seeing their exchange, I realized that Puffer unexpectedly has a cute side to her. Prince Rawana, please take him as well, I say as I introduce one orc. Let him accompany you. Traveling alone poses lots of danger. He's a mutated warrior orc helping us with farm work. Though he's not one of the leaders like Horkubo, he'll still be of help if something goes wrong. I can't possibly do that, Lord Saint. Isn't he a valuable worker on the farm? He's been wanting to see the outside world for a while now, so please let him come and see the world with you. All right. Let's give a name to the orc who will be accompanying Prince Arowana on his journey. Orcs have a human-like face in this fantasy world, but back in my world, they were often depicted with the face of a pig. Thus, the name I'm giving him is Hakkai. My lame references still haven't ended. Prince Rawana, equipped with a shell shield and a crescent blade pike like Shagojo, will have an orc named Hakkai accompanying him on his journey. May they find the monkey and the monk during their travels. And then, there's Platy. Even though she's Prince Rawana's sister, she only chose to appear now. I admire your decision to self-train to become the Mermaid King, but what are you going to do about our deal? Her farewell words are as harsh as ever. We've been relying a lot on the compounding tools and supplies you deliver from the palace. What are we supposed to do once our supply is cut off? Worry not, little sister. I've already arranged for a substitute. A substitute? He should take over during my absence. He better be a decent one. I wouldn't want this place exposed. Platy's serious look, however, quickly fades. Well, it would be boorish of me to complain any more than this when I should be seeing off my brother who is trying to improve himself. Take care, okay? Of course. The next time we meet, you'll see a fine Mermaid King in me. With one last display of brotherly intimacy, Prince Rawana went on with his journey, a journey of tribulations to become king. You'll miss him, won't you, sister-in-law? After Prince Rawana left, Platy immediately starts teasing Puffer. Well, it's not like long-distance relationships don't exist. Just accept it and wait for my brother to return. The pendant I gave the prince, huh? Puffer's tone of voice hints at something. It's as if she's confident of victory. When I heard the prince was going on a pilgrimage, I rushed to Sensei and made a pendant using the crystal I worked so hard to make. Huh? What? Sensei, as in, Sensei the lifeless king? It was a combination of coincidence and miracle that will never occur a second time. It's a portable waypoint crystal pendant containing data on teleportation waypoints. What? As long as the prince has it, I can use teleportation magic to go wherever he is since I also learned how to cast the magic from Sensei, says Puffer as she smashes a test tube containing some mixture with her foot. Smoke rises from its spilled contents and envelops Puffer's body. Don't worry, I'll return every day before I start making those pickles. With that, Puffer disappears with the smoke. She's probably with Prince Rawana by now. But a portable waypoint crystal is unprecedented. It's enough of a historical event to overturn the Magic Research Association. and she even said she learned how to use teleportation magic. So, she was able to infuse the demon race's alchemy into the mermaid race's pharmaceutical magic. Tell me that isn't the work of a genius. Platy and the other mermaids who witnessed the scene are all stunned. Even to my untrained eye, I could see that Puffer made a miracle of miracles. That's just how magnificent the power of love is. Chapter 175, Remodeled Angel. I loveth rice balls. I am Hermes, the god of wisdom. I am currently visiting mine own brother Hephaestus in the celestial realm. I doth honor the gent as mine own brother and as a fellow god. But meeting this one face to face is still hard to face. I am sorry, brother. I didst not bring any rice balls. How is the adjustment of the patched up angel going? The child of man to whom I bestowed my gift offered me a rice ball the other day. It did have something red and spicy inside. It was very delicious. Finn. This vexation will be the end of me. Perhaps it is because mine own brother Hephaestus, the god of modeling, is an artisan whom tends to flutter hither and yon at his own pace and cannot discern the mood. I understand this is also part of his personality, but it is still hard to converse with the gent face to face. I am very much sorry I did give thee another job when thou art already busy building the temple of shackles for our father's use. That is not true. I am joyous working on one of mine own creations again. Oh, my words reached the gent for once. I hast already finished building Dad's temple and fixing the angel. I wanteth thee to check the workmanship. The gent works fast. Really? Not only didst thee adjust the angel, but thou also did finish making Further's temple of shackles for his housebound confinement? Wouldst not I no more brain than a stone father escapeth the hastily made barrier? It is not a temple of shackles. Huh? It is binding adamantine blackthorn eternal labyrinth. Cositus ver. His deep-seated rancor towards our father is showing. Argelkova further didst look down on the taciturn and upright craftsmanship of Hephaestus. After all, father, it wouldst been better for thee to be cast into Tartarus. Oh well, serves the gent right. Dost thou have any rice balls? Nay, I do not. This is the adjusted angel as thee did request. I shall not alloweth thou to refer to her as a patched up angel again. Oh, the gent is right. The angel lying in Hephaestus' workshop is sparkling new. A full 180 from its prior countenance right after the lass hadst been excavated and was repaired hastily. It looks like the lass is not activated yet, as she lies on the pedestal, seemingly asleep. I maddeth her whole body evenly proportioned afresh. Before, it almost did look grotesque with its irregularities. It is because each angel used for her parts had a different body size. The lass had Horkosfon's arms and Limosfon's long legs. This angel was first formed by combining the parts or several angels destroyed 4,000 years ago. After all, and although the saint did get the gift from Hephaestus, that mortal's way of thinking is beyond the imaginings of a god. But thou didst not alter her main body yond much, didst thee? Yeah, Vismina Ifon's perfectly like chest and Logosfon's voluptuous, feminine buttocks. This unbalanced plumpness is like none other. The heavier the bottom, the better. It has been such since ancient times. I firmly shook hands with mine own brother. Brother, thee very much art the god of modeling. Thee knoweth exactly what thou art doing. I also purged some of her armaments and did replace them with new ones. I did pursue precedents of user-friendliness and convenience over turning her into an annihilation machine. I see thou also did remove her wings. Eris forced me to attach them. Sure, they look fancy, but they would only get in the way of her daily life. True, having those huge wings upon one's back is a hindrance. Thee cannot lie upon thy back whilst one sleeps. But even though the gent pursued convenience, he still did make sure to incorporate armaments as expected of Hephaestus. Okay, I shall initiate her actuation forthwith. SIU, rice ball. Hephaestus then presses her switches after a mysterious chant. I could sense the high-dimensional mana emitted from the power compartment of the prone angel filling each of her parts. Saith the angel. Speaking of which, brother, thou hast adjusted the exterior a lot, but what about her interior? The prior time the lass was activated, the personalities of the various angels used for her parts did overlap, so she demonstrated herself a mess inside and out. Hyun, I wake up and see two gloomy gods next to each other. Isn't this just the worst? The lass is still broken. What is going on, brother? I did not make any particular changes to her thought processes. For what reason? It is the first thing thee must rehabilitate. Behold at how broken her speech is. This in itself is her newly acquired personality. Her fate dwells in every being's character. Her fate must not be made distorted by the hands of others. It doth seem to mine own brother that angels, though originally built as bioweapons, shouldst also have their personalities respected. The gent is such a virtuous man. Hephaestus is surprisingly compassionate amongst the heavenly deities and respects the free will of the children of men. Her thinking is jumbled up with the personalities of many angels. How to coordinate and temper them into a single personality shouldst be left to her future experience and prudence. I see. Then I, Hermes, am the perfect instructor to polish her personality, for I am the god of wisdom. I deem I shouldst greet thee first. Nice to meet thee. I am Hermes, the god of wisdom. From this day forward, I volunteer to be the teacher who shall guide thee. Such is the responsibility of the son who atones for his Clotpole father's wrongdoings. Hyun, thanks, but no thanks. However, the angel rejected a god's goodwill without hesitation. I wanna do whatever I want now that I'm revived. I don't care about gods and whatnot. Also, could you not get too close to me? Gross. Wing, 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 wing. I can hear the high-pitched alarm setting off inside me. Very well. It does seem thee demands even more specialized training. Thou art mad, are thee not, Hermes? Returning this saucy lass to the saint in this state wouldst only cause the gent trouble. I hast to use mine own wisdom presently to discipline her into a child who has the basic manners and right conduct. It is necessary to correct her character so that anon the lass may acquire social skills. Anyway, brother, I shall take this lass with me. I hast already done everything I did need to, so I have no objection. But I grabbed the insolent angel and carried her entire weight upon my shoulders, one of mine own 48 techniques as the god of wisdom, then slammed her down vertically before mine own feet. Brainbuster, vertical heaven drop style. The angel's head crashes onto the floor, but since this is the celestial realm, the floor collapses from the brainbuster's momentum, penetrates the clouds, and we fall straight to the earth. The saucy angel and I descended from the celestial realm too, still falling. And humble. We did make a descent from the heavens and arrived on earth in one fell swoop. From here, I did seek out a certain person and petitioned and entreaty to that gent, thee who doth follow Poseidon. I entreat thee for a boon. Couldst thou taketh this stupid lass with thee on thy journey and grant her a chance to learn a thing or two? Chapter 176. Hakkai's Lamentation of Divergences. I am Hakkai, a warrior orc granted permission to accompany Prince Arowana on his pilgrimage. Originally, my role was to help Lord Saint on his farm, but it seems that something makes me stand out from the other orcs. I have always wanted to see the outside world with my own eyes and broaden my knowledge. The opportunity presented itself when I heard that Prince Arowana, who frequents the farm, was going on a pilgrimage. I appealed to the prince, to which Lord Saint and leader Okubo readily agreed. My lord even gave me a new name, Hakkai, and I was deeply moved by the congeniality of my friends. And so, Prince Arowana and I set off, but as soon as we did, a new companion had already joined us. It was Miss Puffer, a mermaid friend from our farm. Puffer, how did you get here? Prince Arowana was bewildered by Miss Puffer, who suddenly showed up using teleportation magic. Apparently, there's a mechanism in the pendant that she gave him as a farewell gift, and as long as he wears it, she could use magic to teleport to him at any time. As for her return, she can just use the farm's designated waypoint. It seems Miss Puffer is planning to lead a double life by accompanying Prince Arowana while still working at the farm. Prince Arowana was puzzled, but he could only accept the situation. They say the tenacity of a maiden in love is out of this world. And so, our journey began with us three. The first place we arrived was the Demon Kingdom's capital. Having destroyed its arch-nemesis, the Human Kingdom, It has now become the heart of the land. This was our first destination simply because it was the easiest place to reach using teleportation magic from the farm. The capital is also Demon King Zed's base. King Zed, another frequent visitor of our farm, is on good terms with Prince Rauana. He welcomed him to the capital with open arms. The welcome was kept private at the prince's request. Nevertheless, the leaders of the Demon Kingdom took turns meeting him throughout the day, suddenly making our journey take a political turn. In the meanwhile, Miss Puffer sat next to Prince Rauana and sometimes lightened the mood with her sophisticated jokes. I was also present as a bodyguard, but I overheard part of the demon folks' conversation who were leaving the conference room after it had ended. My, the Prince of the Mermaid Kingdom has quite the beautiful wife. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also intelligent, just like our Queen Asta's. After seeing that mer couple engaging in national politics, we demon folk can't just hang about, now can we? I see they're laying the groundwork. After that, we went sightseeing around the capital. Prince Rauana and Miss Puffer walking side by side down the streets looked just like a couple on a date. They intimately looked around the stores and sometimes bought things they liked. Huh? Wait a minute. Aren't the clothes that they just bought the same branded clothes Miss Betamy makes? It seems they paid a lot of money for it, but they're actually being distributed for free at the farm. After a few days in the capital, it was finally time to leave. Upon parting, King Zedden gave Prince Rauana a gift. I have written on this transport note that you are an important friend of the Demon King. Now that the former human kingdom is under my control, there is no place on earth that you cannot visit with this. Time and again, I am indebted to you. I will continue to learn all that I can about the land with your generous gift. We shall sumo wrestle upon your return. And so, the Sea Prince and the Demon King part after a tight embrace. This can only foreshadow peace, huh? Anyway, from here on out, we will be genuinely traveling across this vast world. We'll visit all sorts of places and meet all kinds of people, and these experiences will help us grow both in mind and heart as an individual. However, Prince, I know it's a little late to ask now, but why are you pilgrimaging on land? Wouldn't it make more sense to go on a marine pilgrimage since you're a merprince? The merfolk perceive land as a dangerous and distressing place, which is why I can obtain extraordinary strength and growth by pilgrimaging here. I guess the prince has a point. The land is a completely different world to merfolk. Still, I don't think it's likely that we'll face unimaginable challenges. Whoosh! Slam. I take it back. An unimaginable challenge showed up. Greetings. I am Hermes, a celestial deity who doth govern wisdom and knowledge. Did this gentleman literally just fall from the sky? Still, he paid no attention to this and started talking as if nothing unusual happened. Naturally, the three of us were all speechless. I am cutting straight to the chase. Thee who doth follow Poseidon, I entreat thee for a boon. Couldst thou taketh this stupid lass with thee on thy journey and grant her a chance to learn a thing or two? He says as he presents a girl with an unusual body proportion. Her lower half is plump in comparison to her skinny upper body. This lass has just been reactivated after 4,000 years. Her mental state is still unstable. I expecteth the lass shall grow mentally by accompanying thee on thy journey and gain various experiences. Wahaha. It is clear to me that the man is trying to get us to go with the flow. It is as the mortals do say, a pampered child learns little. The best education is to be forced out into the world. Huh? I am not trying to impose upon thou. The lass is useful in so many ways, thou shalt not regretteth having her with thee. Useful? In what way? The lass can destroy the world. Take her home with you. That's on the same level as Sensei, Lady Vale, and Horkosfon back at the farm. Still, we ultimately decided to take her with us. Prince Rauana said that since this is a pilgrimage to become a magnificent king in the future, the more hardships he faces, the better. Very well. The lass is all yours. I am certain thy journey shall show fruitful with her around. Yeet, ladies. Show on the road. The way she spoke made everyone, including me, ever so slightly irritated. So, on to the main point. It seems Prince Rauana has already accepted his fate. What is her name, if I may ask? If we don't know her name, we won't be able to do much for her. An insightful query. Though the personalities of Nakasfon, Ponasfon, Hasmnaifon, Logasfon, and Limasfon are fused within her, it would not show prudence to designate one name over another. What is this god talking about? It would then be most appropriate to giveth her a new name. In accordance with the saint's sentiments, she was named Songokafon. And so, a fourth companion joins us on our journey. Chapter 177, Controversialist of the Seas. My name is Hendra. I venture to say that I'm born into one of the most prominent families in the Mermaid Kingdom, serving the Mermaid King for generations by producing a number of great generals and officials. I was born as the second son of 4 siblings. However, I did not follow my family's tradition and left the political field, neither becoming a soldier nor a government official, but making a living by compiling books and reviewing the general drift of affairs. They call me a scholar, but in essence, I am a wandering, rootless person. Lately, however, the world is becoming more and more disturbing, even affecting my surroundings. The biggest problem for the Mermaid Kingdom right now is not the sea we live in, but the land. It's the state of affairs of a terrestrial race, the annihilation of the human kingdom. When we heard the news, the Mermaid Kingdom was shaken to its core. The war on land, which everyone believed had been and would be going on for thousands of years, suddenly ended. We merfolk were most interested in what would happen in the future. As in, what would the victorious race do now that they've won the war? The human race lost. The demon race won. What will be the demons' next move? Will they relieve themselves of the position they've earned and live in peace from now on, or will they not approve of terminating their military rule and seek a new battle? If it's the former, so be it. The Mermaid Kingdom will continue to enjoy the harmony we've always had. But what if it's the latter? If the demon race is still looking for a fight after crushing the human race, it's most likely that their next enemy will be us, the mermaid race, one of the 3 major races. This is why the Mermaid Kingdom has been tumultuous, what with controversialists and critics bickering over a single topic, not calming down even for a moment. Will the demon race invade our kingdom? That was the question. However, there is a recent incident that I must also mention in light of this topic. It's about our beloved king, His Majesty Naga's first daughter, Princess Platy, and her marriage controversy. Princess Platy is a woman of royal blood. In addition, she is one of the most skilled mages in the kingdom. So many wanted to marry her. Even people from other races, such as the humans and demons, wanted her hand in marriage. This meant that a military alliance would automatically be established with either race, which was a matter of serious discussion in various places at the time. Should Princess Platy marry someone from the demon or the human race? Heated debates on how Princess Platy's choice would affect our kingdom arose, but ultimately, Her Highness didn't marry into either race. Rumors say that she married a saint or something who belonged to neither race to avoid being involved in the war. When I got to know of this, I believed Her Highness made the right call. In fact, as a controversialist, I kept arguing that we shouldn't choose between the two before the controversy was settled. I even went as far as using my family's influence to have an audience with His Majesty. Thinking about it now, I'm abashed at how imprudent I was. But that's not the point here, because the situation changed in less than a year. The demon race destroyed the human race and became the supreme ruler on land. This rekindled the debate about the marriage controversy. The faction that insisted that Princess Platy should marry into the demon race back then is now boasting triumphantly, "If only we had married Princess Platy to a demon back then, our kingdom would have been safe." They say, if Princess Platy had married a demon, the demons and mermaids would have been allied by marriage. Even if the demon race has conquered the land, there would be no hostile relations between us. On the contrary, it would have been the most unbearable choice if she had married a human, but at the very least, we have avoided these two extremities in reality. Still, careful political decisions are required, for the fate of the Mermaid Kingdom depends on it. Meanwhile, the pro-demon race faction has become experts at raising hell. It's not too late. If Princess Platy isn't here, then we can make her younger sister, Princess Angel, the Demon King's concubine, to strengthen our relationship with the Demon Kingdom. However, I don't agree with their idea. The situation has drastically changed from the time of Princess Platty's marriage controversy. The demon race has maintained a delicate power balance in a standoff with the human race, but now that they have conquered the land, they might take it as a sign of vassalage if we were to ask them to marry someone from our race. We'd be defeated without a fight. Even the governing body of the Mermaid Kingdom is worried about this, so they can't carelessly dispatch messengers to gather information on the land as they wish. With irresponsible gossip about the demon army possibly invading the seas, the merfolk's anxiety was at an all-time high. If this keeps up, the Mermaid Kingdom will self-destruct before it gets attacked by the demons. Something must be done about this. And so, I rushed to Prince Rauana, the son of the Mermaid King, who is, in other words, the successor to the throne. I feel deeply ashamed of myself for relying on my family's influence yet again. But I, the second son of a powerful nobleman in the Mermaid Kingdom, have known Prince Rauana since we were little. I tried to talk with him and find a way for the Mermaid Kingdom to maintain its independence, but "Oh, hey, Hendra, I'm going on a pilgrimage," were his very first words to me. And was all that I could say in reply. The next king, who is responsible for the Mermaid Kingdom's future, is going on a pilgrimage without a care in the world at a time when his nation is about to face its greatest crisis in history. You shouldn't worry yourself about word on the streets. That aside, you've come at the right time. I have a favor to ask you. A favor, you say? Yeah. I bet you're not employed by anyone, so you're free, right? I want you to deliver something to my sister while I'm away. Thus, I had accepted Prince Rauana's favor to deliver something to Princess Platty, who began her married life on land. The prince had been making regular deliveries of herbs and equipment not available on land to help the princess create magic potions, but now that he went on a pilgrimage, he wanted me to deliver them in his place. In other words, it was an opportunity to see Princess Platty, who had never shown herself in public since the marriage scandal. I didn't expect to be granted an audience with her like this. Princess Platty was able to avoid complications of being affiliated in any way with the other two races by marrying the saint. This is just mere speculation on my part, but I think this saint person doesn't exist. Princess Platty is a wise and brilliant woman who is even nicknamed the Crowned Witch by the populace. I'm sure she understands the foolishness of supporting just one of the two opposing forces. By making up an imaginary character called Saint, she can settle things in a way that both the demon and human races can excuse, while at the same time isolating herself from the mundane world. That's what I think. If it's a free and uncontrolled person like her, she can do anything. But now that Prince Rauana has nonchalantly gone on his journey, this is my chance to bring Princess Platty back and approach King Nukas to re-establish negotiations with the demon race. It's my once-in-a-lifetime chance to make a direct appeal. I may be an unaffiliated recluse, but I'm ready to lay down my life for my nation. I almost died the last time I made a direct appeal to His Majesty. Anyway, I'll try to persuade Her Royal Highness for the sake of the Mermaid Kingdom, regardless of my manners. That's how a controversialist lays down his life. Chapter 178, Direct Appeal. Still, Hendra speaking here, the controversialist of the mermaid race. I finally arrived on land after swimming along the currents indicated by Prince Rauana. This must be it, the saint's farm where Princess Platty is living in seclusion. I transformed myself by taking a humanizing potion, put on a pair of pants, and walked further onto the land in a decent get-up. And then, I met someone. Excuse me, is this the farm run by the saint? I spoke to the person politely but without any signs of abasement. As a person who calls himself a controversialist, it's only natural to adjust my attitude to this level. Then, I instantly recognized that the person I asked was from the demon race. Indeed, although I'm not a resident here, I'm just a guest who comes here from time to time to relax. I'm sorry to disturb you. If you don't mind, I'd like to meet the head of this place. As we conversed, I started to feel bothered. Why is there a demon in the place where Princess Platty is supposed to be hiding? Is this place already under their control? Understood. Lord Saint, you have a visitor. I could tell that this demon shouting loudly is no ordinary person. In addition to his burly build, the aura he radiates is like a blade that has been forged in 100 battles. Be of demon folk as he may, no more than 10 people can possess such air of supremacy. Just what kind of farm does this saint have for a brawny demon to be staying here? Here I am. What's up, Demon King? Not long after, a contrastively lanky young man who looked like a human came from the fields. Wait, what did he just say? He said he wanted to meet you, Lord Saint. It seems he's a merman. Ah, you must be the substitute Prince Arowana told us about. Thank you for coming all the way here. Greets the man in a very mellow demeanor. From what he was called, that means he's the saint. So, you do exist, huh? Pardon? My speculation was right off the mark. So, he's the man who won Princess Platty's heart? Oh, pardon me. Indeed, I'm Hendra, and I've received a package from Prince Rawana. I know this is abrupt of me, but I'd like to see Princess Platty. Yes, of course. This way, please. Platty, someone's here to see you. Anyway, I went and followed him. The saint that I thought was imaginary actually exists. Not only that, the vast fields around him are sublime. I couldn't get rid of my bewilderment. Even that burly demon walking harmoniously with the saint. I'm sorry, Demon King, I made you receive a visitor. I've lived here for a while, so it's not a problem. No need for formalities between us, Lord Saint. Princess Platty really is here. How many months has it been since I've seen her countenance? You're my brother's substitute, aren't you? Thanks for coming this far. As soon as I handed over the compounding tools Prince Rawana had given me, I immediately began to talk about my own business, that is, the imminent invasion of the demon race. Now that the human kingdom has been destroyed, we're probably next in line as a new target for their war. Before that happens, we have to do everything we can to hold them off. Princess Platty, please assist us. I plead to the princess, who is also an extraordinary witch. Ah. So the Mermaid Kingdom is in such a state right now. The princess' response was somewhat indifferent. Well, not that I didn't see it coming. Why don't you ask the person himself to know of the real situation? The person himself? So, Demon King, does the demon race plan to invade the Mermaid Kingdom? Princess Platty asked the burly demon whom I first encountered upon arriving. That's a stupid question. We have no reason to invade the Mermaid Kingdom, right? The war with the human race was merely a defensive one we accepted because they initiated it. We judged that they would not stop attacking us until they were destroyed as a nation, says the burly demon in a dignified voice. I'm sure merfolk wouldn't want a war with us demons. We will only respond equally in turn. Hostility for hostility, camaraderie for camaraderie. So, there you have it. Straight from Demon King Zeddan himself. Demon King Zeddan? He's the king of the Demon Kingdom and the commander of their army. Why is such an important person here? That's just the kind of place this is. See that human girl hoeing the fields just outside the window? Yes? What of her, princess? That's Lettuce Riet, the former princess of the human kingdom. No way. What is with this place? Why are the royal families of the human, demon, and mermaid race all gathered here? I come here whenever I get a break from politics to calm my dissolute mind. Prince Rawana often relaxes here as well, says King Zeddan. You're also acquainted with our prince, sir? More than that, Prince Rawana and I are sumo buddies. When he becomes the Mermaid King, I can assure you of 100 years of friendship with the Demon Kingdom. Prince Rawana, when did you start dabbling in diplomacy? You've already become a close friend of the most powerful head of state on earth. Is this why you ignored the domestic disputes and went on a pilgrimage because you were convinced that there's nothing to worry about? The prince also stopped by our capital on his way and made acquaintance with many of our senior statesmen. It is the consensus of both kingdoms to formally announce their friendship with each other one of these days. One of these days? Why not right now? It's a trick I've used before. When those who should speak are silent, the rash will start acting rashly. Huh? I'm sure Prince Rawana would want to clean up the old regime before he becomes king himself. He's waiting for the place to heat up so that he can easily take the rebels by surprise while training himself in the meantime. Is that so? Those who blame the current regime for not marrying off Princess Platty to a demon race are also generally more critical of the current regime. they'll definitely have the egg on their face the moment the truth comes out. They will be shown that the current regime, which they've been rebuking so much, is highly capable, and will be irrefutable evidence that what they've been advocating isn't worth believing. After that, their influential voice will rapidly grow weaker, and it will be the perfect opportunity to bring the rebels out into the open. And the more openly rebellious they act, the easier it will be to catch them. So, that's what Prince Rauana's silence and further absence are aimed at. He doesn't need to be impatient since he already has established firm relations with the other nation and promises a great comeback that will turn things around. You look like you figured it all out. Merfolk really are quick-witted. Hendru is my brother's favorite, after all. I have nothing to worry about now, Prince Rauana. I knew you were worthy of being entrusted with the future of the Mermaid Kingdom. My suspicions have been cleared. I shall be taking my leave. Leaving so soon? Why don't you have a meal before you go? You could even share stories about what's happening to the other mermaids living here with me. And then, Princess Platy calls out to some people in a loud voice. Lampai, Gararifa, sister-in-law. Come here for a minute. A tall woman with flaming red hair appeared in response to Princess Platy's call. I think I've seen her somewhere. What can I do for you, Princess? Only you showed up, huh? Oh, well, we have a visitor from the Mermaid Kingdom. Maybe you can have a little chat with him. Ah, you. The tall woman looked at me and noticed. I also noticed at the same time. You're the Imperial Guard who beat me up during my audience with His Majesty. You're the bastard who bad-mouthed Princess Platy in front of His Majesty. Chapter 179, Rapid Development. Lampai, the Witch of Hellfire, is one of the mermaids who work at our farm. She is also one of the 6 witches who are reputed to be the best potion users and used to be a palace guard. Perhaps it's because of this personal background that she's absolutely loyal to Platy, the Mer Princess. Platy's enemies are also her enemies, and because she used to be a guard, she's unsurprisingly skilled in combat and often joins the orcs on their hunts. Today's story shall be revolving around her. Yep, it's me, Kidden. I'll be narrating the rest of the story from here. I've been completely out of the loop since I couldn't keep up with the political discussion between Platy, the Demon King, and the Merman visitor. The guest room that welcomed Prince Rauana's substitute, who I believe is named Hendra, is in an uproar. Please step back, Princess. You mustn't approach this insolent fellow. Look who's talking. You're the most worrisome person here, a violent soldier sticking around Princess Platy. What were the guards thinking? The place is out of control with Hendra and Lampai incessantly exchanging insults. What in the world is going on? Do they know each other? Is this perhaps Platy, seated at the head of the table with a sour look on her face, seems to have an idea of what's going on? Actually, with the people gathered in this room right now, she's the only person who can help us figure things out. Haven't you heard how Lampai came to be here, dear? Basically, most of the mermaids working here are prisoners of the Mermaid Kingdom. They are staying with us as part of a plea bargain that allows them to be exiled to our farm. Lampai is no exception, as she was also imprisoned back in the Mermaid Kingdom before she came here. I think the reason she was apprehended was that of an incident of violence. She beat up an aristocrat right in front of the king's presence. Wait, so, the aristocrat Lampai beat to a pulp is Hendra? I'll explain things in detail. So, Hendra is an aristocrat? He's an unaffiliated controversialist, but he has a good family background. That's why he and my brother are close. I think he was born into a military family but ran away from home because he didn't want to join the army. Or maybe he didn't run away. What vague information. In the meantime, Hendra and Lampai's squabble is becoming more and more heated. Princess, permission to burn this insolent man to nothingness. A crook like him is definitely up to no good. That's my line. Weren't you serving time in the trench prison? You escaped, didn't you? I need to inform authorities and have you captured. Wait. Calm down, both of you. I don't want any bloodshed on my farm. I think I know what's going on here, says Platy confidently. What is it, Platy? Brother sent Hendra here, didn't he? He actually has this way about him. Though he's kind, things just don't follow through. Huh? Lampai is relatively decent among the mermaid prisoners sent to us. She was even an elite Imperial Guard. In fact, until she was imprisoned, she was known as the only sensible one of the 6 witches. The only stain on that name that made her a prisoner was her violent outburst in front of the king. Hendra was the victim in that incident. So, my brother sent him here, thinking that he might be able to clean off the only stain on Lampai. I see. That certainly sounds like something Prince Aroana would come up with. If Lampai apologizes here and Hendra accepts it, her past sins will disappear and she will be released. There might even be a way for her to return to the Mermaid Palace as an Imperial Guard. And so, Platy faces Lampai to ask her, would you like to apologize to Hendra here? No, thank you. An immediate reply. First of all, I have no desire to be reinstated as an Imperial Guard. It is my supreme pleasure to be here and be of service to the princess. Moreover, she's getting more and more worked up as she speaks. I could never bow down to such an insolent man. I can recite what this man said in front of His Majesty in full verbatim. Besides, I bet Princess Platy is just some drug freak with no sense of decorum. No matter who you marry her with, things won't go well, were his words. How could anyone forgive such a man? As someone who pledged allegiance to the royal family, I will not tolerate such insults. I mean, he wasn't wrong, says Platy herself. She already fled the palace when the riot broke out, so she doesn't know the full story. What exactly happened to make you say that, Hendra? It pains me to have to explain this to the princess, but, unsurprisingly enough, Hendra is humbling himself. It all started with Her Highness' marriage controversy. It was a question of whether to marry the princess into the demon or the human race. Oh, that. I was the so-called neutral party in that controversy. I strongly believed that the princess marrying into either race would only worsen the situation. That is quite the valid argument. I spoke directly to His Majesty to make my point known, but I got too carried away and the words slipped straight out of my mouth. That Lampai happened to be on guard duty that time and overheard me, and so, it rained blood after. See? You're the one who should apologize. Get down on your knees and apologize to Princess Platy for insulting her. No, I cannot do that. Huh? I'm a controversialist, and controversialists must do justice to their words, be it verbal gaffe or not. If I keep correcting and retracting every little detail, my words will eventually lose their power as a whole. I didn't know controversialists were such bothersome people. That's why I will not take back any of my verbal gaffes, even if I am beaten to death for it. For a controversialist who loses his arrogance is no longer a controversialist. Enough. I will seal that mouth of yours so you can never speak again. Oh, are you going to resort to violence again? It's not violence. It is the iron hammer of justice. Those who disdain the royal family will be punished by me. Very well. It was a surprise attack back then, so I couldn't put up much of a fight. I'll prove to you that I'm not any inferior to a woman like you. That's how things ended up. Somehow, it turned into a duel between Hendra and Lampai. The two of them are already outside the mansion, trading blows with each other's lances. Also, Hendra is surprisingly strong. He dodged Lampai's special explosive potion and landed a precise blow with his lance. Although he is a controversialist, he was born into an aristocratic military family, so he seems to have mastered the martial arts in one way or another. Oh, I happened to hear earlier that he also participated in the martial swimming competition my brother won recently and advanced all the way to the final match, though he lost in the first round against Master Pike. I don't really get it, but that sounds incredible. Lampai is also a straightforward soldier, so it would be nice if they could just recognize each other's abilities and reconcile through battle. Is that why you're tolerating this duel? I also want the mermaids who work for us to be officially free, so I'm taking a shot at every chance I can get. It'd be great if Puffer marries my brother, so Lampai should take this opportunity to appease her grudge toward Hendra and be cleared of her charges. I wonder if it will work that easily. I mean, just look at them, they hate each other like cats and dogs. There's no way a shonen manga-like development is going to happen here and become instant buddies after their fight. Marry me. Yes, excuse me? What the hell just happened? Did I miss something? An unexpected scene is unfolding before my eyes. What happened? Platy. What led to the proposal? I don't know either. I couldn't read their movements at all. Since when did they have such a relationship? It's like the concept of time was thrown straight out of the window. It's not something that would happen if you just take your eyes off of them for a bit. Lampi and Henry are entwining their fingers, immersed in their own world. So, is this case closed? It's as if the riot never happened in the first place. She agreed to his proposal, but it seems she hasn't entered her name in the family register just yet. I have a lifelong mission to protect Princess Platy, and I will never give that up. It appears she will not leave the farm no matter what happens as long as Platy is here. I also proposed on the spur of the moment, but it's inexcusable to take a woman's hand in due marriage. As a controversialist, I need to do some meritorious deeds, otherwise, it'll be pitiful for her, he says as he holds her hand tightly. For the very first time, I felt annoyed at this couple. Looks like they're going to enjoy a form of commuter marriage while Hendra delivers supplies from the Mermaid Kingdom as Prince Rauana's substitute. I hope you all explode. Your new wife's the Witch of Hellfire. Anyway, Chapter 180, Account of the Pilgrimage Part 1 Journey en route. There are three main types of dungeons scattered throughout this world: cave, mountain, and ruins dungeons. In contrast to the first two dungeons that base their appearance on natural structures such as mountains and caves, ruins dungeons are based on man-made structures like the buildings built by the human and demon races. At times, they can be humongous, almost as big as mountains, to satiate the architect's desire to show off. At times, such humongous structures dam up and stagnate the mana convection that circulates the world, turning into dangerous dungeons inevitably abandoned by their inhabitants, thus becoming desolate ruins. Ruins dungeons, after having been abandoned by their people, are relatively fewer in number due to their unique nature of occurrence. And this place is one of them. This ruins dungeon, more commonly known as the Old Demon Capital, is owned by me, the Emperor Lifeless King. I was once a demon king who ruled this land, over the demon kingdom, and the entire demon race. The commoners used to call me the Mad Demon King. There's a particular reason as to why they called me that, and it goes all the way back to this huge project I once carried out. At one point, I made a major renovation of the demon capital, my territory. I enclosed it with a moat, built ramparts, constructed a tower right in the middle of the main street, sealed the sewers, painted the castle gates, and even adjusted the atmosphere within the city so that the position of these wonderful sites would have an alchemic effect. What do you think would happen then? More and more circulating mana flowed into the city, but instead of being emitted, it settled. Eventually, the highly concentrated mana distorted the space and turned my capital into a dungeon, a ruins dungeon that should have been my stronghold. Apparently, the foolish commoners fled and built a new capital somewhere else and started calling my base the Old Demon Capital ever since. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I, who remained in my stronghold that has turned into a dungeon, absorbed the highly concentrated mana that is stagnated and evolved into someone of an even higher dimension, a lifeless king. A perfect being who has transcended death and obtained immortality, befitting of me, the ruler of everything in this world. This all happened 500 years ago. You must be wondering why I did it, I say while looking down at the ranks of the strongest undead army I had gathered over the past 500 years. They are all ready to go into battle, every corpse full of ghastly bloodlust in their lifeless, hollow eyes. They look promising enough. Naturally, I am the one who commands these corpses. Once Demon King, now immortalized, the Emperor Lifeless King. Why Emperor, you ask? You will understand in due course once you hear my speech. I will become the ruler of this world. No one can control me. I'm the only one who rules over everything. That's why I wanted the strongest power on earth, eternal life. In pursuit of this, I made the most of my power as the Demon King, altered my capital into a dungeon, and turned myself into a lifeless king. Anyway, it's been a few hundred years since I broke free from the natural cycle of life, but my ambition is not so petty as to be satisfied with just that. I will rule over everything. The earth, the seas, even the heavens, everything will be under my control. I will dominate the entire world. Dominate. Hence, I call myself an emperor. I invade and rule. Emperor is the perfect title to bestow on the greatest invader. I will rule them all, and I am fully prepared to do so. My carefully selected elite legion of resurrected undead knights will kill the fools who dare challenge my dungeon. They will outmatch this generation's demon army both in number and caliber by a long shot. It's the reason why I've been remaining in obscurity for 500 years. But that's not all there is to it. The sacred barrier is the biggest problem. It's the only thing that separates the demon kingdom from the human kingdom and persists to be the only hindrance I'm facing even after I've become a lifeless king. However, it has now vanished for some reason. It seems that the current demon king has done something, which is really good news for me. The preparations are already in place, and with my greatest concern gone, now's the perfect chance to unleash my supremacy. The current demon king who accomplished such a feat must be praised in person. I'll skewer him, kill him, turn him into an undead, and appoint him as my chief vassal. Go forth, my manservants. My mighty undead army has already gathered in front of the main gate, the entrance to the old demon capital. We'll go through this gate and take every settlement outside by storm. Lowly creatures, dread this world's danger. From now on, you will be under my control, down to the last ant that crawls on the ground. The first army will be led by me firsthand to raid the new demon capital. The second army will be led by the immortal general to invade the human kingdom. The other small units will invade each city and village. Open the castle gates. All troops, move out. From this moment on, the eternal reign of the Emperor Lifeless King begins. Huh? What's going on? The moment I stepped out of the castle gates, a glaring light flashed at me. I'm vanishing. Boom. The right bullseye. Heck yeah. The converged mana cannon fired by Horkosfon successfully hit the Emperor Lifeless King. The corpse adorned in a black cloak turned into dust and vanished. Oh, apologies for the late introductions. It's me, Hakkai the Orc. We're here at the dreaded old demon capital ruins dungeon today at the Demon King's request. Good lord, Horkosfon, what do you think you're doing? Didn't I tell you we only came here to scan the area? Of course. Prince Rauana is also here with us. He looks as if his heart has been mushed by Horkosfon's preemptive bombardment. Wow. But they look battle ready. If you really think we should just scan the area like's none of your business? Horkosfon has a point, tensely says our other companion, Miss Puffer. This all started when King Zedden was seeing us off as we were departing the demon capital to continue our journey. It seems the dungeon called Old Demon Capital is showing disturbing readings as of late. Could you go there and see how things are going? Was the request we accepted. Prince Rauana is a conscientious person, so we went straight to the Old Demon Capital. But when we arrived, we were surprised to see the Lifeless King holding a rally. Fortunately, Horkosfon's blow seems to have defeated the enemy's leader in one hit, but we can't rest easy just yet. There are still swarms of undead knights left. They're coming out of the castle gates like wharf roaches. It seems one can't be so naive as to think that the rest will disappear once their leader is beaten. A large army of undead knights, each and every one of whom is a cut above the average undead. If they exit the dungeon and attack the neighboring villages, it'll be big trouble. That castle gate should be perfect to keep them at bay since it's the dungeon's entrance. Puffer's suggestion to Prince Rauana is spot on. They look just like they're about to invade the entire world. If we don't beat them to the punch and destroy them now, there will be hell on earth, right? Praise me more, sis. Of course. There. Horkosfon is being pampered as she presses herself against Miss Puffer's chest. I don't know how or since when the angel took a liking to the witch. It is as you say, we've got no other choice. Prince Rauana can become quite the competent commander once he strengthens his resolve. We will destroy them and save the world from danger. Puffer, the plan. Roger. Songoku, use your mana cannon to pierce the ruins dungeon's wall and improve ventilation. We're releasing the highly concentrated mana seated deep within the dungeon. Yes. If the mana concentration inside the dungeon drops, the dungeon will disappear. The dimensional distortion returning to normal will annihilate the undead army along with it. Son Gokufon's mana cannon, which had been modified by Hephaestus, the god of crafting, is already doing wonders by boring a huge hole through the walls of the dilapidated ruins. Hun and Hakkai, push back the undead coming out of the city gates. Don't let them out as much as you can. We're wiping them out with the entire dungeon. Understood. Let's go, Hakkai. Don't ever step inside the dungeon to avoid being caught up in its distortion. Even Prince Arawana and I both have confidence in our abilities. We may be a numerically inferior force, but we can buy ourselves some time on the defensive by nullifying our opponent's advantage in numbers by locking them up behind the castle gates. We won't last that long. Please, Puffer, Son Goku. Leave it to me. Son Goku. Aim and fire as I tell you. Try to efficiently ventilate the dungeon with as few holes as possible. And so, after a fierce battle, the old demon capital ruins dungeon that had terrified the people of Demon Kingdom for 500 years, disappeared along with the undead army haunting it. Of course, as well as the immortalized Demon King and his mad ambitions, Prince Rawana's journey is going well as usual. Author's P.S. Even though Emperor is a lifeless king, he's still much weaker than Sensei. Chapter 181, The Invasion of the Holy Witches. Yoo-hoo, it's me again. We're back at my farm. I've been irritated lately because of two lovebirds flirting right in front of me. Lampai, your eyes are like a blazing fire. Their radiance enchants me. Hendra, every word you say is filled with intense flames, and its heat melts me. Yep. It's annoying. We've had numerous couples come together on our farm, but none of them were so public in displaying their affection. Until now. Even the Demon King and Mrs. Zusters were a bit more reserved. Ugh. This is making me feel sick. What's up? I was only out for a short while, but it seems like Lampai's brain has gone total mush. Oh, Puffer. You're here today. Prince Rawana will get mad at me if I neglect my work here. Once I'm done checking the fridge's functions, making new pickles, and stirring the bran bed for pickling, I'll be on my way. Thanks for continuing to help us out despite your busy By the way, Lord Saint, isn't it about time we start recruiting more staff? Huh? I took out a starfish from my pocket, but it was swatted off my hand. With the farm's gradual expansion, the required production rate also increased, therefore increasing our workload. But we're not going to be as efficient as we could be if our manpower stays the same. That again. Garufa has somehow become the medical officer as well, so the sake brewing hasn't progressed much at all. The supposedly collaborative effort of making fermented food with Platy has been entrusted to me alone ever since she became your exclusive secretary. And Lanpai, well, she's practically useless right now since she's too deep in love, so the mermaid team can no longer sustain itself like this. Honestly, even your love affair is playing a factor in our decreased efficiency rate. Puffer, but what you're saying still stands correct. The fermented food department, which is the core of our farm, is on the verge of collapsing due to the ever-increasing number of farm residents and souvenirs we have to distribute regularly. Platy also complained about the very same situation before, and we eventually solved the problem by recruiting Puffer, Lampai, and Garufa. Now that the three of them have found new things they want to do, we're short on manpower again. I guess we have to find more people. Just as I was wondering about what to do, another problem knocked on our door. Hey, I finally found you. You witches. So, you were hiding here after all, huh? Who's that? A mysterious voice is suddenly echoing throughout the farm. I've never heard of this voice before. Is it someone I don't know? The voice is shrill and fresh, so I can at least tell it's of a young girl. You must be daft if you don't know who I am, you landlubber. If you don't know, the world's compassion will answer you. Listen carefully with your eardrums cleaned out, but if I fiddle with my eardrums, won't I lose my hearing? Veiltail, the Witch of Fire. Discus, the Witch of Ice. Heclei, the Witch of Air. Batricus, the Witch of Earth. And I am the leader of this group, Angel, also known as the Witch of the Holy Light. The five of us are called the 5 legitimate holy witches. 5 pretty girls appear in front of us and strike a pose for no reason at all. I feel embarrassed for them. So embarrassed. I'm going to have a seizure from too much embarrassment just looking at them. Why strike a pose on your entry? And what's with the overly embellished name? Who are these girls? Angel? As in, Princess Angel? Why are you here? Puffer and Lampai seem to recognize the group's leader. Hendra seems to know as well, so he proceeds to explain things to me. Their leader, Lady Angel, is the daughter of His Majesty, King Nugus, the king's daughter. So she is Prince Rauana and Princess Platy's younger sister, the second princess with a reputation for being quite mediocre compared to her brother, the next Mermaid King, and her older sister, an extolled genius. Don't say quite mediocre, she forcefully butts in Hendra's explanation. I see, so she's Platy's sister. I'm nowhere near mediocre. I'm an elite witch who shines radiantly and reigns over the mermaid magic realm after my late sister Platy. Aggressively balls out Angel. But don't say late, because Platy ain't dead yet. She's just as feisty as her sister. All right, but how did she get here? Isn't the farm's location only known to a limited number of people? Well, as a member of the royal family of the Mermaid Kingdom, it wouldn't be a problem for her to have access to top-secret information. But I knew intuitively that as she's the kind of person who would never share that information with us. It's simple. I secretly tailed Hendra. I knew it. She used illegal means to get here. It's not my fault someone here is careless. Hendra? I'm sorry, Lord Saint. I was so engrossed in my love life with Lampai that I got carried away. My sincerest apologies. Please don't strangle me. It hurts. No. My neck will snap. It will snap. NGGGGGGHHHG. I put all of my pent-up irritation from seeing their PDA into my choke sleeper move. Meanwhile, I left our unexpected guests to Lampai and Puffer. Now that we know how you got here, what's the purpose of your visit? Right, that. You even used the humanizing potion to turn yourselves into humans. What brings you girls to such a remote place? The two of them are very cautious since they don't know what the other party is after, as expected of the six witches' preparedness. However, the intruders' reactions are unexpected. The Witch of the Bitter Cold and the Witch of Hellfire. Ice and fire, two polar opposites. It's not every day you see them standing next to each other. What bliss. Master Puffer, reputed to be the best outlaw of the six witches, and the battle freak Master Lampai. I'm going to burn this moment into the retina of my eyes. A core memory for the rest of my life. Why do they feel like trend followers to me? Angel, the leader of the group, scolds her joyful underlings. What are you all so impressed about? They're our enemies. We've come here today to defeat them. To defeat them? Not more trouble again. That's right. The six mad witches are now relics of the past, and a group will succeed them. That's us. The 5 legitimate holy witches. Says Angel, Platy's sister. I know Sister Platy's here. Go and tell her that a replacement has come to challenge her. Chapter 182, Sister Showdown results. They were beaten in a single blow. The 5 legitimate holy witches were outmatched by Puffer and Puffer alone. Puffer's so strong. I've only ever seen Lampai and Platy do all the fighting so far, but as I thought, she's strong. I guess she isn't called the Witch of the Bitter Cold for nothing. Without even showing any visible signs of using the potion, the surrounding area was cooled to below freezing temperature, which immobilized the 5-something witches in one fell swoop. She gave them a taste of their overwhelming difference. Puffer, try not to get too ahead of yourself. Didn't they just declare their challenge? Protests Lampai. Wasn't that enough? The fact that they expressed their willingness to fight means that we can strike at any time. In fact, taking it easy would be a mistake. Yikes. This witch scares me. She's just like those bloodthirsty delinquents. I'm trying to regain my fighting instincts as much as I can here since I'm going to be doing a lot of rosing on Prince Rauana's travels, but it's not going great. They're not even worthy of being my sparring partners. No wonder you're unusually barbaric. From the looks of it, they're all students of pharmaceutical magic school. Maybe they're just self-proclaimed witches? Absolutely. They're not witches even if they're honor students at the school, as prestigious as it may be. They can't win against you no matter how hard they try. Now, they're making their difference in ranks clear. And then, Platy shows up. Aren't they just members of the school's Six Witches fan club founded by Angel? Pretty immature of you to go against them like that, Puffer. Oh, Platy. Platy smoothly slips past Puffer and stands in front of her younger sister, frozen stiff along with the 4 other girls. Lady Angel, the ice. The ice has frozen us. Do something about this, Veiltail. Aren't you the Witch of Fire? The antidote isn't working at all. At this rate, I'll use up all of it. I'm starting to feel drowsy. Then, with a dash of Platy's potion on the frozen lump of 5 chaotic girls, Puffer's ice evaporates. I'd like to greet you with a long time no see, Angel, but shouldn't you be studying at school instead of idling your time away like this? You dunce. Sister Platy. Duel me right now. But as soon as Angel readied her stance, she was directly hit by Platy's potion, spinning in place about 10 times. You're 10 years too young to be challenging me. Are you telling me you followed Hendra all the way here just for that? Bwah. Weird. It's been a long time since they last met, so shouldn't they have a more touching reunion? How can she be so savage? Sorry about this, dear. Angel is my sister. Yeah, I've heard that. Despite being my sister, she often gets carried away and causes a lot of trouble. I've been scolding her over and over, but she never seems to learn her lesson, like today. I think that's what makes you 2 sisters. And then, Angel, what is with this turn of events? You came here to attack me, you say? Boy, I know we're not that close as sisters, but I don't think we're that hostile either for you to go through the trouble of chasing after me all the way to land. What happened after I got married? Sis, it's all your fault. You left without a word. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Oh, is this the pouty sneer pattern I sense? Because of that, every political affair has been left to me to handle. I can't sleep at night worrying about it. I'm stressed day after day. It's going to make me go bald. Or not. I guess I was wrong. Our nation is in ruin because you didn't marry a demon. Dad is being criticized almost every day. The insensitive fools are even telling me to become the Demon King's concubine to pacify them. Me, a concubine. Hearing this, I look at Andrew and he nods back emphatically in return. So, this must be the invasion controversy he mentioned when he first arrived. I absolutely hate it. First of all, I don't want to be a concubine. And to the Demon King, too. Demons are smelly, stupid, and definitely have ugly faces like devil stingers. So no, thank you. You're more suited to be the Demon King's concubine, sis. That's what I've been saying this whole time. So, in short, the recent changes in the situation have caused anxiety and a growing fear of the demon race in the Mermaid Kingdom. On this occasion, an irresponsible party started to make a fuss. As a means to appease the demon race, they suggested that the second princess, Angel, be offered to the Demon King as his concubine. Hearing this, Angel was in a panic. She doesn't want to be the Demon King's concubine. That's why she wanted to use her sister, Platy, as a scapegoat, hence the dual proposal. She's awfully terrible. You can only expect so much from a student like her. Hendra and I stand side by side, dumbfounded. I knew you'd say that. Geez, you really are a hopeless sister. Sis. But your persistence deserves a reward for finding this place. And that is, a reward? What is it? Are you going to be the Demon King's concubine? Hell no, I'm already married to Dear. As your reward, let's ask the Demon King himself. Oh, the Demon King. He came again today. What do you think, Demon King? Now that you've seen my shameful, idiotic sister, do you want her to be your concubine? No, I've said it before and I'll say it again. We demons hold no malice towards merfolk. Moreover, I've already received Hades' blessings. Hades, the god of the underworld, isn't into adultery unlike the other deities, and those who receive his blessings must also follow suit. I was somehow granted an exception with Glasia's case, so I don't think I'll be granted another one, nor do I have any plans to. Even if she were officially asked to marry me, I'll have to politely decline for the above reasons. There you have it. Isn't that great, Angel? Angel is overcome with surprise, unable to understand that the burly man before her is the Demon King. I had no choice but to take over and thank the Demon King for his kind cooperation. Thank you as always, Demon King. Oh, no. This much is natural for Prince Rauana and you, Lord Saint. Meanwhile, Angel is gradually coming to grips with the situation as shown on her gleaming face. Yes. That's my sister for you. You solved the problem in a jiffy. I love you. I love you. I love you. You really didn't grow up one bit even before I got married. Oh well, I'm glad I can help you since we haven't seen each other in a while, says Platy as she slightly smiles. Have you ever heard of the saying, you reap what you sow? Huh? Two strong female demons are standing behind Angel. It's Mrs. Zastas and Mrs. Glazier, the two demon queens. Hey, lass, mind repeating what you said earlier, in front of us? Did you say our demon king is smelly, stupid, and ugly? Looks like the whole family is visiting us today. Then there's Angel who cursed the demon king where his two wives can hear him. It's over for her. Platy, just out of curiosity, are you not going to help her? She needs to get rid of that habit of attracting trouble to herself because of her own careless remarks before she graduates, so this should be a great opportunity to teach her a lesson. She says, if time and circumstances permitted, you might have even ended up serving the Demon King with us. Since we're already here, we'll let you personally experience what it's like to be Demon Queen for a day. It'll be a good experience for you too since you're royalty of the Mermaid Kingdom. I don't think a vegetable like you can stay on the same track as us for even a day, though. Mrs. Zastas and Mrs. Glazier drag Angel away by her shoulders. From now on, two former members of the Heavenly Four will begin their hellish training. But Mrs. Zastas' belly is getting bigger and bigger. Is it okay for her to move around like that? Wait, help me. Sis, says. Angel's screams for help grow fainter and more distant. Chapter 183, New Valuable Assets. Keep your head held high while running. You won't last on the battlefield like that. Pocky and the others, don't hold back and make her run for her life. She's doing 50 more laps around the farm. The two demon queens, Mrs. Zastas and Mrs. Glazier, are still making Angel undergo their gruesome training with the hypercans chasing after her, so she can't slow down. I didn't know. Queens do manual labor. They said they'd make her understand what it's like to be a demon queen, but no matter how I look at it, it's definitely the training regime new army recruits undergo. Well, they are former members of the Heavenly Four. Their soldiers are pretty toned, so Angel should gain something from it as well. What about you girls? I ask the four girls freaking out beside me. They're the girls who accompanied Angel on the raid? On our farm. I think they call themselves members of the 5 legitimate holy witches or something. We were just forced to come along. After Lady Angel's business is done, we're thinking of going home since we have nothing else to do. They seem to have the common sense of perceiving danger and avoiding it just like anyone else. Their intention to leave before they get involved is as clear as day. But wait, it was too late. Puffer, the witch of the bitter cold, spread her arms wide and hugs all 4 of them. Capture complete. What's wrong, Puffer? Lord Saint, aren't they the perfect solution to our problem at hand? Our problem at hand? You're kidding. You mean that our farm's mermaid team is short on members? You're not making them join you, are you? I am. Isn't that a little haphazard? It's fine. If they're acquainted with the Mer Princess, then they must be promising students. Since they're still young and fresh, they'd be more useful than typical pros if they were kindly, carefully, and thoroughly instructed by an expert like me. Where is that baseless confidence coming from? But on the other hand, the witch of the bitter cold is going to instruct us firsthand. Naturally, the girls are confused. Still, they seem shocked and ecstatic by the fact that Puffer is going to instruct them firsthand. Is that how it is? It is. Hendra, the controversialist, explains. The 6 mad witches are also admired as the best specialists in pharmaceutical magic in contrast to being the most troublesome people in the mermaid realm. For young mermaids like them, being approached by even one of these witches is a thrill, let alone be under their direct guidance. I see. Meanwhile, Puffer proceeds to select 2 girls at random. I'll take these 2 as my assistants in the brewery and refrigerator. The other 2 will have separate jurisdiction. Wait a minute, interjects Slampi. If 2 of them are going to be your subordinates, Does that mean Garufa and I will each have one only? Isn't the ratio a little off? We need to talk more about this and idiot. Roars Puffer. You're not doing much work in the brewery because you're just hunting in dungeons and clinging to Platy as her self-proclaimed bodyguard. The remaining two will be working under Garufa. She's the one who works the hardest in our team, you know that? NGH. Lampai couldn't refute Puffer's statement. Anyway, now that that's cleared up, I'm going to start briefing these two about the work here. Lampai, you take the other two girls to Garufa. With that, Puffer takes the two girls and quietly leaves the scene, leaving nothing but flabbergasted looks on our faces. What are you going to do, Lampai? There's no what about it. I can only take the other two to Garufa. Puffer's argument was sound. Yeah, but she didn't ask the girls' intentions at all. You says one of the remaining girls, eyes sparkling. Is this person named Garufa the very same Garufa, Witch of the Plague? Huh? Why yes. What about it? Wow, not only the Witch of the Bitter Cold, Witch of Hellfire, and the Crowned Witch, but the Witch of the Plague is also here. Almost all of the 6 Mad Witches are here. What is this place? It's out of this world. Is this where the world's brainiest people gather? Looks like most things are going to be a trivial matter to these posers. Meanwhile, Angel's hellish training under the 2 demon queens is still ongoing as she runs as fast as she could. Come on. That's 200 more laps for you. Of course, the girls who were taken away as if they were abducted weighed on my mind, so I decided to go check on them. First, I went to see the 2 girls Puffer took with her. When I arrived, they were sincerely listening to Puffer's lecture on how to make some kind of potion. Oh, Lord Saint. These girls are pretty promising. They're also obedient and fast learners. Puffer giving honest compliments is weirding me out. It helps that they're still students because they wholeheartedly learn the things that they don't know. This doesn't work on adults who are already fixated on the things they do know. Your remark strikes home. As expected of the princess schoolmates. Maybe the fact that they're also enrolled in an elite school is another factor. I believe the girls she took under her wing are called Veiltail, the Witch of Fire, and Discus, the Witch of Ice. I'm sure they're only self-proclaimed witches unlike Puffer and the others, but at least they have the talent to call themselves that. Amidst this, one of the girls timidly speaks up. It's Discus. I don't go to a good school because my family can't afford the tuition. What? Really? I was a rotten delinquent, attending the lowest-ranking magic training school. Veiltail here became a soldier to put food on the table. Veiltail nods beside her. We were doing our best just to survive every day, but then Lady Angel found us and made us her followers. Well, isn't that heartwarming? If that's the case, then Angels unexpectedly got the charitable heart of royalty and a good eye for people. They're even talented enough to be recognized by Puffer. But because of that upbringing, I respect Master Puffer the most out of the 6 witches. Me too. Then they proceed to draw near Puffer. Puffer is bewildered. You have always shown your rebellious spirit by opposing the regime. It's so cool how you didn't abandon your principles even when you were sent to trench prison. Master Puffer, a rebel to power, an outlaw. Only you show this attitude among the 6 witches. We admire you so much for that. Master Puffer. Looks like they idolize her a lot. Is this the mentality of delinquents looking up to wicked people? Did you have some trouble with the royal court or the academy? That's why you left the Mermaid Kingdom to live on land? The other witches aren't on the same level as you, Master Puffer, but they're still quite infamous. The 6 witches coming together to do something on land. It's like you've made this your turf. More like you're using words you don't even know the actual meanings of. So, Puffer is considered to have the charisma of a badass in the Mermaid Kingdom. Well, she does look like a sharp knife that could hurt when handled poorly! Though, in truth, Puffer is officially serving her sentence as a prisoner by working on our farm. So, based on that, it's more like she gave in to the regime and, of course, she's being pretentious. Puffer is acting vain against the girls' baseless admirations. There's no way they can rope me in that easily. Now is the time to be in hiding while I sharpen my rebellious fangs. Oh, so cool. You're incredible, sis. Now, they're starting to call her sis like they're a gang. As a mermaid, It's the end of the world if you become a slave to the authorities. Am I right? If you're a witch, you must go against the system to advance your research. Sis, you're so cool, sis. Puffer has become the focus of the young girl's respect. But Puffer, the person you're in love with and are making a fierce approach to is Prince Rauana, the future Mermaid King, the very core of the regime. Do you understand what your rebellion entails? I ask in a whisper so the girls won't hear. If you had to choose between rebelling and marrying Prince Rauana, which would it be? Marrying the prince, duh. I can't believe this person. Chapter 184, Commonsense Gap. I was able to confirm that Puffer was in harmony with the new girls. Relieved, I decided to go to the next place. Assistants? My very own Garufa, known as the Witch of the Plague in her nation and a current member of our farm's mermaid team, is in the infirmary which had been built within the mansion before I knew it. My farm has become more accident-prone with more residents such as lettuce reet, elves, satyrs, and earth spirits living with us. Whenever someone gets in an accident, we need people who can deal with it, and there's no one more fitting for the role than Garufa, who had worked as a doctor in the Mermaid Kingdom. Therefore, she's always on standby in the improvised infirmary and can't be involved in making fermented foods and fertilizers, which is what the mermaid team is supposed to do. If anything, even our medical service, which is her main focus at the moment, is short on manpower. The fact that Puffer is willing to prioritize this area by sending helpers is a meticulous gesture befitting the wife of the future Mermaid King. The girls assigned here are named Hakkai, the Witch of Air, and Bathhouse, the Witch of Earth. The witch part is just self-proclamatory, though, as what happened with Puffer. These two also excitedly approach Garufa, whom they had never met before. So, your master Garufa, the Witch of the Plague, Garufa. The timid Garufa is taken aback by the girls' enthusiasm. We've heard anecdotes of your madness. You're even widely talked about in school. Anecdotes of her madness? They say the debate over who is the strongest of the Mad Six is divided into various theories, but when it comes to the craziest, everyone is unanimous that it's you, Master. It's no surprise since you're a member of the Mermaid Medical Association, the best in the nation, and you propose original theories with reckless implementations. And though you were evicted for being obsessed with your repulsive and wild theories, this didn't stop you from continuing your research. In addition to being feared for your eccentricity, you're also a legendary figure who, aside from your nickname, has had other titles such the craziest of the six witches, the maddest of the mad, those who have gone nuts are nothing but an act in front of her, and many more. It's an honor to be able to see you in person, Master Garufa. Garufa receives the girl's barrage of praises, who kept prattling at her face on. She stands up from her chair, walks briskly, and plops face down on the bed typically found in any infirmary and starts sobbing. So mean, that was too much, huh? The two girls, Hakkai and Bathhouse, got the title of making the Witch of the Plague cry as soon as they arrived at our farm. I had to console Garufa by patting her on the head 500 times before she recovered. You girls are mistaken. And as soon as she was back on her feet, she refuted the innocent girls. I'm not the maddest of the mad mermaids as you call me. I'm just the plainest of the plain citizens. Huh? It's all because I've been lumped in with the six witches and the rumors that surround them. Now, I'm also being unfairly evaluated as if I'm the crank of the century. You mean you're not? I'm not as strong as Lampai or Puffer, nor as noble as Princess Platy. I'm just plain to the bitter end. Garufa is bawling as if she's venting out her pent-up frustrations. I'm the most ordinary of the six witches, so to speak. I have destitute talent and no ability. Being earnest is my only redeeming feature. What you said was mere overestimation. No, it's not even an overestimation. It's an unfair evaluation. I'm not mad. Oh, the two girls are overwhelmed by Garufa desperately defending herself. I guess this is where I step in and appease the situation. Now, Garufa, don't get too agitated or you'll scare them. Oh, you're right, Lord Saint. As I said earlier, these girls will help you with your work. Why don't you show them what you do on a regular basis? That way, your fake rumors will vanish on their own. Pardon? Oh, You make a good point, Lord Saint. You and your words really are in a different league. I managed to hold back the next words if they really are fake that were already at the tip of my tongue. Come here, both of you. Let me explain to you my job. Yes, MAAM. Gararufa places a piece of equipment in front of them with a thud. It's the microscope that I had given to her some time ago, but its appearance has changed a lot since then. This is the microscope given to me by Lord Saint, which I modified on my own to increase its accuracy and resolution. I used my own magic and asked the elven glassworkers to make a more powerful lens. Paul, the leader of the glasswork team, complained about how you were so relentless and persistent with your order that their other work got delayed, you know? Now, we can observe bacteria to the fullest. The only expressions left on Hakkai and Batrika's faces after hearing Gararufa's explanation were, question mark. Like that. They don't seem to understand what Gararufa is saying. Well, I don't blame them. The concept of bacteria itself doesn't exist in this world yet, after all. May I ask you a question? Yes. What is it? What's bacteria? Good question. Bacteria are tiny organisms. They are everywhere, in the air, in our bodies, everywhere. Huh? Their view of Gararufa is starting to change. What do you think happens when we can observe bacteria? You can do a lot. After all, germs are the cause of many diseases. If we can examine the patient's body and find bacteria that aren't normally present, we can immediately find out what disease the patient is suffering from. Examine the body? How? We draw blood from them. Blood? It's still changing. Up until now, the only way to examine a patient was to observe the superficial symptoms, so there was no way to avoid the risk of misdiagnosis. But with the introduction of hemanalysis, the accuracy has increased dramatically. Now, all we have to do is to apply the appropriate treatment for the identified disease. Moreover, there's also a revolutionary method of treatment using bacteria. I'll spare you the finer details for this one, but for example, we can draw the blood of a person who has been cured of a certain disease and inject it into patients suffering from the same disease. What? Well, she skipped a lot of steps, but blood serum is a common treatment in my world and my world alone. The common sense in my world isn't necessarily the same as the common sense in other worlds like this one. Master Gararufa, you really are mad. I think their reactions are pretty reasonable. What? Please, Gararufa, you don't have to look so surprised. I have no idea what you talked about, but what I do know is that it sounded awesome. It's madness. It can't be anything but madness. You're the only one among the 6 witches who can come up with such crazy ideas. Truly madness within madness. Gararufa, the craziest of the 6 witches. You're the real deal after all. I have a newfound respect for you. They're pretty wacko themselves if they respect her more despite calling her mad. Lord Sayao ain't. These girls don't understand me at all. Why? Oh why? Cries out Gararufa to me. Come on. What do you expect? You went too far ahead and overwhelmed them. It'll take a long time before your common sense and this world's common sense attain balance. Chapter 185, The Holy Witches. Enrollment. Anyway, after seeing the girls adjusting to their mentors just fine, I returned and saw that Angel's grueling training with Mrs. Zustas and Glazia had already ended. Angel is lying flat on the ground, drenched in her own sweat. She's breathing heavily, so she's probably still alive. Somehow she did well for her first day. As expected from Lady Platy's sister, her performance is on par with our army's privates. She must have worked hard, considering the 2 demon queens generously praised her. Then, her sister Platy dragged her to who knows where. She seemed to have stayed here the whole time while her sister was being trained. Curious, I followed them and saw that she had carried her to the bathhouse. Similarly, Veiltail, Discus, Hakkai, and Batricus, who had also finished their work, went through the curtain leading to the women's bath. Ah, this feels so good. It's heaven on earth. I can't believe just taking a dip in hot water can feel this good. I could feel the fatigue leaving my body. The girls' lax voices echo through the partition between the men's and women's baths as they soak themselves. And then, they got out of the water. Whoa. This white, Ice cold drink tastes so good. Oh, it's called milk. I see. Huh? The luxurious Satyr milk. The coldness feels even way better on the throat after the hot bath. Is it chilled in this box? It's Master Puffer's custom-made ice box. There's a freezing potion that can keep the temperature constant at the desired level. That's a member of the 6 witches for you. I could hear them having the time of their lives through the partition. Women sure get lively when they're in groups. Then, super came. Tonight's menu is tonkatsu with loads of shredded cabbage. So good. It's crispy, juicy, hot, and above all, delicious, divine. The veggie garnish resets your palate after the strong flavor. I could eat this forever. The soup and other dishes that go with it also taste exquisite. We don't even get any of this at the Mermaid Palace. What in the world is this place? The girls wolfed down the tonkatsu, soup, and rice that was served to them. Seeing their satisfied faces also made me, the cook, happy. Now, do you realize how fascinating and wonderful this farm is? Comments Platy. A farm visited by the Demon King, served by many witches, produces delicious crops, pleasant baths, and many other amazing things. And its owner is no one other than my husband. Hurry and show your respect. Why yes, MAAM. The mermaid girls cast their rebellious spirit aside and bowed their heads, save for their leader, Angel. Maybe it's because of her pride as royalty that she's desperately trying to preserve her autonomy. Angel, I'm sure you know how I've always beaten you at your own game despite your antagonism, says Platy as if she's cornering her. Sure, half the reason why you came here uninvited was that you were being pressed by the public to be the Demon King's concubine and wanted my help, but let's be honest here. The other half was you wanting to compete against me as usual. Exclamation mark. But now, I am fully committed to making this farm flourish together with Dear, as his wife. I can no longer be just your sister, and I want you to understand that, she adds as she clings to my arm. So, this is how she's going to persuade her? I can't accept that. However, her sister doesn't want to back down just yet. You're my famous sister who has left a significant mark as mermaid royalty in history. I can't call myself the #1 mer princess without defeating you first. Do you really have to do that? Can't she settle with being #2? I've been striving to be at the top ever since I was born a princess. I will continue to challenge you to prove that I can be better than an older sibling. Good grief. Platy, who is now my wife and co-owner of the farm, is already extremely busy. She probably can't find the time to entertain her sister looking for trouble. She tried reasoning with her farm duties as a starter, but it still didn't work. Just when Platy was considering killing her as her last resort. I'm going to work on this farm too, huh? Both of our eyes widen at Angel's statement. I'm not so conceited as to think that I can beat you the way things are right now. Appropriate training is required when dealing with a formidable foe. What is this girl blabbering about? That's why I'm going to observe my nemesis in action, steal her magic techniques, and grow while I'm here on the farm. And then one day, I will defeat you, sis, says Angel as she munches on her second serving of shredded cabbage from the tonkatsu. I wonder if it's not just because she wants to challenge Platy but also because of the food that she has decided to stay. I see what you're trying to get at, but you're still a student, aren't you? If you stay here and skip classes, your grades credits will drop, and you might be expelled from school. What then? Have you forgotten that you're a princess? With position comes great responsibility, you know? Didn't you also drop out of school, sis? I can't find the words to refute that. There it is, her witch-like outlaw phase. But that's all the more reason to not drop out of school like I did. Otherwise, the mermaid royal family's authority will crumble. The same goes for your friends. Go home and continue your studies. Huh? You're sending them home? Interjects Puffer. I've already started training them as recruits for my department. If I can get these girls to handle the brewery, I can visit Prince Arowana more often. Shut it, sister-in-law. Puffer. So that's why you're unusually optimistic about replenishing our workforce. Anyway, you guys should return to the Mermaid Kingdom, pronto, and don't interfere with my love nest with Dear. What? No way. I also want to live here and eat tonkatsu every day. I knew it. That was her main goal all along. As their verbal tug-of-war continued, something disastrous happened. It's Angel and the rest of the mermaid girls' lower halves. Jaya, the 5 legitimate holy witches, was it? The slender legs of every member are transforming into something grotesque. Tentacles, barnacles, or like a massive mass of algae? What's going on? This is too sudden. Is this a side effect of the humanizing potion? Oh, right. I forgot mermaids have to drink a magic potion that turns their tail fins into human legs when visiting the land. Angel and the others had been in their human form the moment they first showed up. Hey, Angel, where did you procure humanizing potion you drank? Isn't it obvious? Nothing stands in the way of Angel, the witch of the holy light. She made it herself? Are you stupid? The humanizing potion is not something a student can make. A little mistake in its compounding and it can cause major side effects. No way, but I followed your recipe. We wouldn't be called witches if anyone could make it with just the recipe. Oh, for crying out loud. For now, let's get you fixed. In the end, our farm's personnel had to calm down the 5 girls and relieve them of their symptoms with Platy and the other witches' help. They were able to regain their human legs for the time being, but the effects of the defective potion were hard to get rid of, so it would still take them a long time to get their tail fins back. Hence, they're also going to live with us on the farm while the effects gradually wear off. Platy sighs. Puffer is ecstatic to have assistance, Gararufa is desperate to clear up the misunderstanding, and Lampai doesn't care, she just keeps on flirting with Hendra. The 5 new girls seem to have mixed feelings about their new life on the farm, but I'm sure they'll be fine. I won't make them do anything crazy, anyway. Chapter 186, Account of the Pilgrimage Part 2 Function Description. It's me, Hakkai the Orc. I'm accompanying Prince Arowana of the Mermaid Kingdom on his terrestrial pilgrimage. We're temporarily suspending our journey because he has visited us again. Hermes, the god of wisdom and one of the heavenly deities. I hast cometh today to explain the equipment and abilities installed within Horkosfon. He seems to be in a happy mood. When he first came to force Horkosfon on us, I thought she was nothing but trouble. At first glance, Horkosfon may certainly be trouble, but she can be tame around Lady Puffer and is the most capable when it comes to battling. If anything, she's been a great help on our journey. Currently, she's making purring noises as she buries herself in Lady Puffer's chest, who has rejoined us after finishing her work at the farm. Says, your knockers are out of this world. He. Don't rub your face against them too much or I'll smack you. While they were busy in their Yuri affair, Prince Rawana and I entertained the god. Actually, isn't he being too casual with his visits to the land of mortals? Anyway, Horkosfon, who has been heavily remodeled by mine own brother Hephaestus, the god of modeling, is equipped with new inventions. Nay, Angel hast verily hadst to for. The lass is a machine who pursues rationality with compact functions to help sweeteth everyday life. I see. I just forced her upon thee last time and completely forgot to explain things. However, today, I am going to teachest thou everything that shall surely help thee on thy journey. I see. Since I hast entrusted thee with guiding Horkosfon, it is mine own duty to support thee as well. As a god, I would's best willing to give thee counsel non-stop. I see. Prince Rawana doesn't seem to be taking this seriously. This must be one of those tricks to get people to leave as soon as possible by half-mindedly listening to what they have to say. First, what sort might angels be? Angels art biological weapons mine own Clotpole father's use hadst Hephaestus maketh from his sinister designs to invade the earth. Even just one of those folk embodies transcendent power to destroy the earth and annihilate all of Mortorkind. You're going to start from their very theory? This is going to be a long one. But, I'm omitting that, and so thusly, I am going to talk about each of Horkosfon's armaments. Finally, on to the main topic. That took forever. But through Hermes' explanation, we were able to learn about unexpected information such as how Lord Saint was involved in Horkosfon's resurrection. I'd like to know more about this from Lord Saint once we meet again. I supposeth it is better if thee seeth for thyselves. Cometh over here, Horkosfon. Calls Hermes out to Horkosfon. However, but I wanna keep snuggling in sis knockers. A diagram indicating Lady Puffer's superiority over a god has been formed in Son Gokufon's head. Hermes is left with no choice but to urge Lady Puffer, whom Son Gokufon values higher than a god. Just go. If you don't let him talk as much as he wants, he won't leave. Cha. Son Gokufon reluctantly comes toward us. Son Gokufon, thee knoweth what to do. Russell, Russell. Wherefore art thou trying to taketh off thy underwear? What exactly art thee trying to showeth these folk? I was talking about thy rod. Take out thy rod. Oh, that. Son Gokufon rummaged around in her ear canal and pulled something out. It was something small and thin, like a thorn. Extent, Son Gokurid. Attack mode. As soon as Son Gokufon chanted something like a spell, the thorn suddenly became one huge rod. Moreover, its entire body is dyed in vermilion, adorned with decorative carvings in various places, much like an artisan's gem. I'm sure our elven friends would be excited if they were to see this. This is Son Gokufon's main armament, the DX Son Gokurid. It looks like a fine article judging from appearances, but isn't it just a rod? Swords and spears would have been more impactful in our opinion. It is too early for thee to comment upon it. Show them, Son Gokufon. Bend, Son Gokurid, blaster mode. As if in response to Son Gokufon's chant, the rod transforms on its own and takes on a strange shape. I think it's starting to look L-shaped or something. The bent part of the rod has become some sort of handle. Blaster mode, fire converging mana cannon. Holding the bent part of the rod, Son Goku aims the end of the rod skyward and shoots out a beam of light. Is that what blew up the lifeless king and the castle walls of the old demon capital? I was too busy to witness it myself at the time, but is this how Son Gokufon unleashed her flash attack? Blaster mode is the Son Gokurid's Caliver form which fires a converging mana cannon. By utilizing these two forms, Son Gokufon can maintain her fighting ability more efficiently than typical angels. By the way, the rod gets its energy from power reactors, so nary one other than Son Gokufon can handle it. I don't know what that's supposed to be. I can only tell that it's incredible, but I wonder why neither Prince Rauana nor I could take our eyes off the rod since the moment we caught a glimpse of its transformation. I don't really get it, but it's cool. So cool, I can't help but feel this adventurous thrill welling inside me. Right? I knew if the mortal men would understand. I did keep entreating mine own brother to install the transformation function. Ultimately, even the gent became enchanted by it. This conversation is getting hyped up. The ladies, Lady Puffer and Son Gokufon, only look at us with cold eyes. So, does Son Gokufon's armaments still have more of this function? Nay. Prince Rauana feels let down. That's it? Transforming from a stick to a gun doesn't sound exciting enough, does it? But ponder upon it. Son Gokufon has only been revived recently. As Hermes points this out, we pay closer attention to Son Gokufon. The heck you're staring at? You wanna fight? It would be too risky to entrust all an angel's destructive power to Son Gokufon right now. Wouldst it not? Such is why I hath asked mine own brother to locketh down some of her functions. Once the lass hast mentally grown and does recognize how to handle her powers properly, those folks shall be granted the means to unlock and activateth her new form. Her new form? That sounds thrilling. Added forsooth impose. Entrusted thee with Son Gokufon's development, so thou shalt guideth her along the way. If it be true thou guide her with sincerity, the lass shall be enabled to developeth with just that. But the original purpose of this pilgrimage was to train Prince Rauana as a future king. I think things will go down a different lane with the introduction of a variable like Son Gokufon. No, it won't, bluntly says Prince Rauana. Simply put, Son Goku and I need to grow, don't we? Then that means we are headed in the same direction. In fact, it's not just us two. You're also part of this, Hakkai. Me? As well as Puffer. Me too? We will improve ourselves together. We're comrades, and we'll be there for each other every step of the way. As expected of our prince, his words are of a different caliber. Yes, we are comrades who will unite our hearts through this journey. Let's all improve one step at a time. Exactly. I knew it. I did make the right choice in trusting thee with Son Gokufon. I perceive that to be mortals capable of doing so, and then, we'll unlock Son Goku's new form and witness it for ourselves. That's what your highness is ultimately after. But I know the feeling. Just hearing the phrase new form makes my heart race as well. So, on what basis does her new form manifest? Power? Speed? Could you give us a hint, please? That would be a spoiler. A Rauana. It could also be based upon the environment, such as an aerial battle form or an underwater battle form. Who can knoweth? Underwater battles excite me as a merman. I am also discussing with Brother Hephaestus the items such as cards, medals, and rings to unlock her new form. Why for must it be this hard to choose? While Prince Rauana and Hermes are engrossed in their conversation, Lady Puffer continues to stare coldly at them and says, "Men are so stupid." Chapter 187. The God Account of the Pilgrimage, Part 3. The Wanderer's Visit of Wisdoms, Descent. Hakkai the Orc. Here, we continue our journey led by Prince Rauana and have come across a village around sunset, so we inevitably decided to spend the night here. Thanks to the written pass we received from the Demon King before we left the Demon Kingdom, we are welcome anywhere we go. His influence reaches as far as this small village that's away from the metropolis. However, there's a little incident. Meals served in this village consist of barley porridge and vegetables simply roasted in the fire. The barley porridge is bland in taste, completely different from the rice Lord Saint cooks for us. The roasted vegetables aren't seasoned in any way, either. It seems they're roasted only for the sole purpose of ensuring safety, since eating them raw would upset the stomach. To be honest, it's nothing like the food we eat at the farm. Is this what's considered normal food for this village? Still, it was served to us, so we can't have leftovers. We have to eat everything, even if it means glugging it down with the water that was served with our meal. Blug. This is crap. I can't even eat this. Son Goku, you're not supposed to think that out loud. Please. It's nothing to scold her about, apologetically says the demon village chief who provided us with our meal. We are but a scanty village in the countryside that cannot afford to provide a grand feast for our occasional guests. After all, we have been at war with the human race for generations. I guess wars really do impoverish nations, and the poorest of the poor villages are the first to suffer from their collateral damage. I strongly believe the world will get better little by little now that His Majesty has overthrown the human kingdom, but for now, we have to bear with this barley porridge. Hearing this, Lady Puffer ponders for a while, then abruptly stands from her seat. I'll be right back, wait here. And with that, she vanishes after smashing a potion-filled test tube on the ground. What got into her? If she used the teleport potion, then she must have returned to the farm. Just as she had declared, Lady Puffer returned immediately, a bucket full of something in hand. It's a rice bran bed. What? She approaches the village chief. Even with limited ingredients, you can still make food taste good with some ingenuity. A hearty meal enriches lives. After all, it seems Lady Puffer is going to teach the villagers how to make pickles with the rice bran bed. If you can make barley porridge, that means you have barley with you. Lord Saint may only approve of rice bran, but I reckon barley bran shouldn't make much of a difference. She then puts the bucket down. Lord Saint also said that food pickled in rice bran provides more nutrients than eating it as is. The village children also look quite malnourished, so I hope this will make things better even a little. What surprising turn of events is this? Lady Puffer, the hard-boiled witch outlaw who doesn't care about anyone else but herself, is voluntarily showing kindness. Their health also concerns me. Do you mind if I examine them? Huh? You know how, Puffer? I'm not as good as Garurufo, who's an expert in it, but I can look at a patient's superficial symptoms and prescribe appropriate oral medication. I'm sure medicinal herbs are growing around here. Could you go into the forest and gather some for me? Oh, okay. And while you're at it, catch some monsters if you come across any. There's no better nutritional value than meat. Not all monsters are edible. Nevertheless, Prince Rauana and I took some of the active villagers and went into the nearby forest to gather medicinal herbs. The villagers didn't seem knowledgeable about medicinal herbs, so we taught them how to identify plants that could be used as medicinal herbs and how to properly harvest them after Lady Puffer gave us a prior run-through. Conveniently, a deer monster also appeared which Prince Arowana killed in a single shot, earning applause from everyone. Hakkai, who was used to farm work, quickly dismantled its body and brought it back to the village for a barbecue party. Guys, how is the meat? Is it tasty? Yeah. Did you make the rice bran bed already? Yeah. Have you compounded the herbs? Yeah. The hearts of Prince Rawana and the villagers have somehow united. Beside him is Lady Puffer teaching the village women how to make a simple herbal formula. I'm surprised at the land dwellers' lack of knowledge of medicinal herbs. This is unthinkable in the Mermaid Kingdom where magic potions are widely distributed. But realizing that what's common sense in our nation doesn't apply everywhere is what makes this journey significant. The Demon King is a fine ruler, but he must have been so busy with the war against the human race that he hasn't attended to every single internal affair. It's been a chronic issue for hundreds of years. Blaming everything on Lord Zedn alone would be unjust. Even if the masses' way of life is to be reformed in the future, the process will inevitably spread from the center to the provinces under the head of state's leadership, delaying relief to remote villages such as this. I'm sure that will be resolved soon. Lord Zedn is a benevolent ruler. Could you please stop talking about such heavy topics, Prince Arowana? Lady Puffer? You're acting like the future Mermaid King and Mermaid Queen. All right, listen up, everyone. I'm going to teach you an amusing game called Sumo. Woohoo! And so, Prince Rawana became popular with the village children and opened his heart to the villagers. Woohoo! Keep at it, boys. Son Gokafon cheers for them as she dozes off. Hold up. She's the only one who didn't contribute one bit. Thus, Lady Puffer passed down her knowledge of pickle making and herb compounding to every village we visited, which they all thanked her for. She is praised like a heroine. After visiting several villages and towns, Lady Puffer was nicknamed the Evangelist, and rumors spread far and wide. She was even welcomed with open arms in towns and villages that we have never visited before. Are the pickles good? Yeah. Are the herbs effective? Yeah. Do you want to know how to make it? Yeah. She has become somewhat of a celebrity now. Today, she is contributing to increasing the village's cultural standard by giving a class on pickle making and herbal compounding. I'm glad to see Puffer enjoying this journey. Prince Rawana, are you fine with that? I first met her in Mermaid Prison. At the time, she had this terribly fierce look in her eyes, but as she worked on Lord Saint's farm, she regained her vitality and is what you see now. Oh, yes. To think such twisted merfolk can open their hearts like this. Lord Saint's farm never fails to impress me. I think Lady Puffer's growth was more brought about by romance, but the prince fails to realize this. At this rate, we may be able to cancel her charges by the end of this journey. Her talent is valuable to the Mermaid Kingdom. If she wishes to return home, then all the better. Prince, for Lady Puffer to return, one big condition must be met. But I, a lowly orc, don't have the courage to tell the prince that. Well, I'm sure Lady Puffer isn't as rebellious as to refuse to return without becoming queen first. Still, I think she'll do great if she does become one. All right, I'm also going to do my best to spread Sumo's magnificence. Those who are confident in their skills, gather round. The response for Sumo varied depending on the village we visited. Thus, we were praised by the people everywhere we went for popularizing pickle making, herb compounding, and sumo. Our journey is still going well. Chapter 188, Teleportation Magic Chitchat. We, the orc team, are now heading into the dungeon. Yes sir. Oh no. I forgot our bag. We can't bring back the monsters we hunted without it. Oh well, just teleport back to the farm and get it. Yes sir. Section. Forest bathing feels so good. We elves really are one with the forest. But won't Boss Aileron get angry at us if we're late for work? Even if we start running back now, we still won't make it. It's okay. That's where teleporting comes in. Section. Mom Panu, we've finished milking today's batch. It's almost time for them to finish work. We need to bring these to the bathhouse soon. It's okay. That's where teleporting comes in. We have finished cleaning the house. We also promised to Queen Sensei's dungeon today. But his dungeon is so far away. Walking all the way there is a bother. A sock. That's where teleporting comes in. Section. Woof, woof. Teleport section. I feel like teleportation magic is being ubiquitously cast lately. It's hard to take notice of it because I'm riding my dragon horse Sakamoto to go from place to place at high speed. Were there really this many people on our farm who can cast teleportation magic? Most of them can cast it now. You know, says Platy. Seriously? But I thought it was a high-level spell. Why, Sensei's way of teaching is just that exceptional. Oh, that explains things. As expected of the lifeless king, the immortal king. He excels in a variety of things after living for so long. So, thanks to Sensei's lecture, almost everyone has now mastered teleportation magic irrespective of their race. It was originally limited to demons, but that sister-in-law of mine developed a teleporting potion out of her passionate love for my brother, so now, we mermaids can also cast it. Platy finds it uber convenient. But is this really okay? For some reason, I don't think it is. I wonder why. It seems even Mrs. Zuster's learned how to cast it despite not being a resident on our farm. No wonder she comes here so often. Well, Betamy also learned how to cast teleportation magic and went to the demon capital all by herself. I guess all of them have really mastered it. Why don't you also learn how to cast it, dear? Sensei's classes are famous for being easy to understand even by total dummies, so you should be fine. As an otherworlder, I don't think that's possible. Besides, someone will be bothered if I acquired self-mobility. Don't worry, Sakamoto. When I want to travel over a wide area, I'll still ride on your back and soar through the skies. You can stop looking at me like a calf about to be sold now. I have no idea when we started having so many waypoints. To review, waypoints are, in essence, fixed points where you can cast teleportation magic. You can only teleport between these waypoints, so your destination must be a place you've been to before. In the beginning, there was only one waypoint used by the Demon King to travel between the capital and our farm. Now, they're scattered all over the farm, used as a tool to move quickly and efficiently between various places. At Sensei's Cave Dungeon entrance, at Vale's Mountain Dungeon entrance, at the Bathhouse entrance, and the one just outside our farm. Currently, there are 4 of them. What was the point of saying that it would be better not to increase waypoints for security reasons? At the end of it all, they succumb to the temptation of its convenience. We've taken security precautions, says Vale. Why are you the one telling me this? Because I built the security traps along with the pseudocorpse and the earth spirits. A magic trap created by the dragon and the immortal king. Why does that sound like it could even kill the gods? It surrounds the waypoints in a 10-step radius and is only triggered when someone exits it. Oh, okay. It won't be triggered if you have the talisman of recognition that I made, so the residents won't fall for it by accident. I've already distributed it to everyone, but I didn't get one. If you lose your talisman, you can still exit it while chanting a special incantation. I've already taught this to everyone on the farm. But I wasn't taught that. If an intruder tries to exit the waypoint without the talisman or chanting the incantation, an evil earth spirit will come out and drag them underground. They'll be stuck there until either I or the pseudocorpse drag them out. Scary. I can at least tell it's not life-threatening, but the idea of being buried underground not knowing when you'll be freed is off-putting. The waypoint is an encoded system where you need to know the set coordinate codes for each to be able to use it. However, lawbreakers such as those who can crack the password and enter a foreign waypoint are present in every world, so I guess we need this as a precautionary measure now that we've increased them. Of course, we've been taking such precautions since our first waypoint. Now, what exactly was I doing again? Lord Saint. You spooked me. Belena. Why are you concealing your presence? You could have stood next to me and I wouldn't have noticed. Hello. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm Belena of the Demon Duo and not Betamy. What's up with your greeting? Speaking of which, the very first job entrusted to her was the waypoints management. She was supposed to check them every day for any abnormalities. Now, however, the number of waypoints has increased with booby traps installed under Vale's initiative. Oh, I've modified them so that any anomalies will automatically trigger a notification to me, so don't worry. The Earth Spirits also said that they will take care of the cleaning. Vale. Those words of yours are enough to break Belena's heart into tiny little pieces and make her delirious. I I put all of my talents into mastering the high-level teleportation magic and used that to climb the ladder of success in the Demon King's army. I even became a Heavenly One's aide. I do remember her saying that once. But now, everyone can cast the very same magic I monopolized for a long time. My value to society only keeps on decreasing. My miserable raison d'etre. Then, Belena starts crying boo-hoo. I've been feigning ignorance this entire time simply because it's too troublesome for me to handle. But it seems the time has finally come to have a serious discussion with Belena. Chapter 189. Belena's Q&A Days meeting attendees seated around the table, starting from me, the chairman and moderator. On either side of me are Platy and Vale. Orc representative Orkibo and Goblin representative Gobukachi. Aileron from the Elven group and Panu from the Sat race. The Earth spirits Pocky, Angel Horkosfon. Our special guests, the Demon King and Sensei the Lifeless King. The gods Hades and Poseidon. We also have Mrs. Zusters, in her final month, who is Belena's former boss, and her irreplaceable buddy Batamy. I would like to start the meeting with these members, and it's titled The First Meeting on Belena's Existence. Isn't that kind of exaggerated? Exclaims Belena, all embarrassed. Aren't most of our attendees too eminent for this? Even Lord Zedna's here. I could die any second from the shame I'm feeling right now. Oh, come on. I said the most obvious thing I could think of. You're a member of our farm, Belena. It's only natural for us to help you find meaning in your life. Right, guys? Shared joy is double joy, shared sorrow is halved sorrow. That's the beauty of helping each other. We'll all work as one and help overcome your suffering. In brief, Belena stayed on the farm because she was confident in her abilities as an alchemist specializing in teleportation, but wasn't recognized for her usefulness in that regard. In the meantime, more and more waypoints were added and everyone was able to use teleportation magic, with her becoming less and less needed, and finally burst into tears a few days ago. Actually, is teleportation magic that rare and valuable? Let's hear what the Demon King ruling over the demon race has to say about this. Affirmative. Not only is it difficult to learn, but it's also much handier than other alchemy spells, so its users are strictly regulated by the state. In the Demon Kingdom, you must first report to the authorities who will investigate your background and ideology before being granted permission to learn the spell. If it's an alchemist unauthorized by the state, that alone is enough reason to put up a bounty and capture them. Seriously? Wouldn't it be a problem if we were being taught such a valuable spell indiscriminately? It's a little late to worry about that now, isn't it? This farm is full of exceptions, after all. They seem to have some insight into it. Let's return to the real issue at hand. In other words, Belena's magic, though considered rare and valuable to the world in general, is just unremarkable here. It's like a bat in a birdless forest going out to mingle with wyverns. Batamy's on fire, but please stop adding to that flame. You're making your friend cry harder. What Belena needs, I think, is a new quirk. You smoothly inserted a suggestion. She needs a new skill to replace teleportation magic and be useful here at the farm. That way, her importance, profile, and salary would naturally increase and may even open doors leading to new opportunities. Batamy's suggestion has some truth to it, but what quirk should we supplement Belena with? Why don't you drink a potion and become a mermaid? The potion that lets land dwellers turn into mermaids is still a work in progress, so you risk turning into bubbles instead of a mermaid. Would you like to bathe in dragon's blood? In exchange for being mentally broken, you'll be invincible. Were Platy and Vale's respective suggestions. However, the risks that come with it are far too dangerous. Also, Platy's suggestion of a mermaidizing potion doesn't make much sense since there are already mermaids like her. I solicited suggestions from the other attendees. What new quirk should be added to Belena? Become unparalleled in the dungeon. Defeat strong monsters in one punch. Live in the forest. Produce milk. Bury herself underground. Woof, woof. Should I lend you one of my mana cannons? Shall I make you immortal? Shall I giveth thou mine own blessing? How about eating cod roe? Were the suggestions proposed? What do you think, Belena? Did any of those sound good to you? They're all impossible for me. Yeah, I thought so. May I? Says Mrs. Zusters as she raises her hand. Though she's a queen now, she was once a member of the Heavenly Four. And above all else, Belena's former superior. She's probably the one who knows Belena the best. Belena truly was a competent aide during my time as a Heavenly One. An aide's job is to support their superior from behind the scenes. In that respect, there was no more thorough person than her. She kept in close contact with the other units, gathered and analyzed information prior to fighting their enemy, managed resources and coordinated plans, as is often the case in mobilizing an army. It was a simple but important job and one that couldn't be done perfunctorily, yet Belena had done it at all flawlessly. Compared to her, Betami's work was somewhat inconsistent, but she compensated for it with the facility of her humble life's upbringing. I can see Betami whistling beside her. How cliched. I have the conviction that such talents of Belena will serve her well here at the farm. Why don't we let her contribute to the farm in those areas? That's true. In fact, Belena did most of the work negotiating with the demon trader shacks and making arrangements for Letus Riet's arrival. All done reservedly, so she doesn't make it known. Why didn't I notice this sooner? Her administrative and negotiation skills are fairly valuable on our farm. It's enough to make Belena's new quirk. What do you think, Belena? Do you think you can continue contributing to our farm by doing those? No, huh? I thought this was already resolved. Why the sudden plot twist? Are you sure, Belena? It's your long-sought personal quirk. I don't want to be useful in an ordinary way when I've been indebted to your extraordinary farm, Lord Saint. I want to do something flashier, something that will be remembered by everyone. What? But I don't have those super-duper powers. It's sad. If only I had more power, I could turn it to my quirk. Like what? Like this. Gahahaha. This saint's farm will perish at the hands of the evil demon General Aaron Sawyer. Wait. Evil demon General Aaron Sawyer. Bastard. Who are you? I am Belena, faithful servant of Lord Saint. I preserve the peace on this farm. HMPH. Don't get the wrong idea, Belena. What? I didn't come here to save you. I will defeat you. I won't allow you to be defeated by anyone but me. Evil demon General Aaron Sawyer. Therefore, for today alone, I am your helper. Come, let us plow the fields together. Like that. I want to stand out like that. Everyone got fed up. Dismissed. I repeat, meeting dismissed. I feel sorry for the people who came from far away just to attend this meeting. At least we'll have dinner later, so please eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves before leaving. As for you, Belena, we're appointing you as our farm's administrative negotiator effective today. It's an important job, so we need you to go all out and help us. Thus ends Belena's problem with her quirk. Chapter 190, The Mermaid Girl's Days, exclamation mark. Question mark. I spy two people staring at each other. It's Letus Riet, the former princess of the human kingdom, and Angel, the second princess of the mermaid kingdom. They're exchanging wary looks as if evaluating one another. They continue their intense staring contest while maintaining a considerable distance, and after putting their hands up in the air like birds puffing up their feathers in intimidation. Girlfriends. They hug each other. What's going on? I sense some sort of sympathy with you. Like some innate nobility. I know. I feel like you're the chosen one. Just like me. They're in harmony. Well, both of them were born princesses. They're relatively new here on the farm, so I hope they'll get along nicely. But above all, what I feel we have in common the most is hatred for the demonic sister. Ah, they've lost it. You're another victim of the demonic mermaid's torment, aren't you? And so are you. I feel like I've finally found an ally I'm profoundly compatible with. A kindred spirit who will stand up against the demonic sister's violence and irrationality with me. Kindred spirit. Kindred spirit. Whack. Platy appears out of nowhere. Her right fist on Letus Riet and her left fist on Angel. Each of them took a hit to the abdomen. Or more precisely, the solar plexus. Bluewag. The kindred spirits let out a nasty shriek, totally not ladylike, as they sink to the ground. Stop wasting time chatting and get to work. And then there's Platy, composed and indifferent. She's also the princess of the mermaid kingdom and is Angel's biological sister. I couldn't just stand by and watch, so I interjected. Hey, Platy, I know you always do this, but isn't whacking your own sister a little too much? Though I know it's too late for me to be asking that. Still, isn't it exactly because of your violent treatment that these two girls resent you so much? I'd like to do things gently, if possible. You know, hitting them also hurts my hands. Then don't raise your hand at them for all the world. No more violence. No more fists. Let us Riot and Angel join in on the conversation to press Platy for an answer. Truth be told, Platy interacts normally with the rest and doesn't raise her hand at them when she scolds them, so why is she specifically strict when it comes to these two? You see, I used to be nicer. I had a phase when I believed that polite words and love are enough to get through them without ever resorting to corporal punishment. But at some point, I realized that such beliefs were nothing but an illusion because of Angel. Oh, I get it. I think I kind of get it now. Do you remember, Angel? When we were still in the Mermaid Palace, I told you over and over again not to enter my lab, but you never learned, snuck in and… Angel trembling means she must have remembered something. You touched something you shouldn't have and that completely destroyed my lab. A lot of my research was lost, and some of it still hasn't been fully recovered till today. Anyway, since then, I've realized that there are some things in this world that can only be communicated through fists. Similarly, I saw Let Us Riot in the same light, so I took the same action without question. Hey, wait a minute. Breaks Let Us Riot into the conversation. Are you saying the reason why I get beaten up by you day and night is because of her? She points at Angel. What are you talking about? It's your fault and no one else's that you get beaten up. Don't you dare shift the blame on me. The reason why the demonic mermaid became rougher with people is because of you. If it weren't for you and what you did, I bet she would have been much nicer to me. That's not true. I'm her biological sister. She's supposed to be nice to her blood relative. No, me. No, me. A catfight burst into the scene. Wherever did their heart-to-heart kindred spirit bonding go? Aren't you going to stop them, Platy? There are times when even I can't keep up with them, she says, visibly exhausted. Sis. The two who were in the middle of their argument came rushing toward Platy. But why is Let Us Riot also referring to her as sis? Sis. I'm more adorable, right? I'm your own sister, after all. Blood is always thicker than water. No, I'm the more adorable one. With how much of a handful I am, she's bound to get attached to me. You're seriously saying that about yourself? Before we even realized it, it had become a contest to see who could win Platy's affection more. I love sis more than you do. Nope, I love sis more than you do. And then it shifted to who loves her more. Easily losing sight of their reality is the common point that connects them. I love you, sis. I love you, sis. I love you, sis. Clearly, their resonance is cornering Platy more and more. Fine already, so stop clinging to me. I love you too. There, now get away from me and stop fondling my breasts persistently. Platy sure has it rough. 5 mermaid girls starting with Angel, Platy's younger sister, who is the self-proclaimed, and only self-proclaimed, Witch of the Holy Light. Discus, Veiltail, Hakkai, and Batricus have newly joined our farm just a few days ago. They are under the actual witch's care who they look up to as big sisters and are studying diligently day by day. The main reason why the 5 of them are staying here at the farm is that they can't go back to the sea due to the side effects of the defective humanizing potion they made. It would take quite a while for its side effects to wear off, and until then, they have nowhere else to stay but our farm. Since they're still of schooling age, I asked Hendra to take care of the necessary arrangements. Also, Hendra is no longer visiting our farm mainly as Prince Rauana's substitute, but to flirt with Lanpai. Some of Princess Angel's friends are enrolled in famous magic schools and come from aristocratic families in the Mermaid Kingdom, so it's quite difficult to get their consent. Their parents must be very worried. I was hoping that mentioning Princess Platy and the other witches' names would put their minds at ease. After all, the 6 witches are the best mages in the Mermaid Kingdom. To be able to learn directly from them provides a more enriching learning environment than sending them to any leading school. Now that he mentions it, he's right. For full-time students like Angel and her friends, following the 6 witches, the top professionals, and watching them at work is the best extracurricular lesson they could get. If we can persuade their parents in that regard, won't they approve quite easily? You see, that's that thing, says Hendra hesitantly. They were worried their daughters would turn into delinquents if they let the 6 witches teach them. No doubt, our witches are the worst of the worst in terms of their decorum, even if they get double the gold star for their abilities. I managed to get things under control with the help of His Majesty. To think that the 6 witches lacked social trust to this extent, utterly shocking. Hendra also seems devastated by the situation now that he's engaged to one of the 6 witches. That's not true, interrupts one of the mermaid girls in question. It was Discus, one of Puffer's helpers. I'm happy enough to be here. It's a dream come true to be able to learn about magic potions under my long-admired master Puffer. Me too. Me 3. Me 4. The other girls followed suit and chimed in. This Puffer you're admiring pressed the job of doing basic fermentation to you so she could be lovey-dovey with Prince Rauana on his journey, though. I'm sure Master Puffer is secretly preparing for a new evil plan. A plot that will turn the world upside down. We've got to keep up the good work so that we can be of help to her. Yeah. Seeing them encourage each other with their pure souls is making my heart ache. If Puffer is doing anything wicked right now, it's her taking advantage of these girls' innocence to flirt with a guy. Well, I'm just happy you're all motivated to study under the 6 witches. Not all of them are here, though. Shut your trap, Hendra. Now, it won't be that hard, right? Says one of the girls. What's with the suggestive tone? Only the Witch of the Abyss and the Witch of Darkness are left to complete the 6 witches here. These 2 are said to be particularly extraordinary among the group. The world will really turn upside down if they're also present. No, wait. Claims on the Witch of Darkness' existence are quite dubious right now, but the Witch of the Abyss might exist. This is Lord Saint's farm, after all. The girls laugh merrily with one another. Wait. Did they casually hint at a character flag? But just when I was about to warn them. Ju-yu-un. We heard an earth tremor-like sound from somewhere. Ju-un. Ju-yu-un. 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 It was getting closer and closer to us. Where is this sound coming from? I think it's from underwater. As if lured by the sound, I rushed to the shore and saw a giant rising from the sea with a huge splash. A giant? Why is a giant coming out of the sea? Moreover, I could see someone petite sitting on its shoulders. It's Zothsira, the Witch of the Abyss. She's already here to retrieve her character flag. Orcubo, where's Orcubo? I, Zothsira, the Witch of the Abyss, have come to hang out. TT, the Witch of the Abyss? The girls who also happen to be present have their knees giving way. Whoa. Not only Master Puffer and Princess Platy but the oldest of the 6 witches, the Witch of the Abyss, is also here. What the hell is going on? Yup. Sorry for overstepping common sense bounds. I'd like to ask one question now that we've gotten general formalities out of the way. Zothsira, what is that giant with you? It's my latest creation. A genetically engineered sea monster that can move on land. I thought I'd show it to Orcubo today. Oh, Orcubo. Where are you, Orcubo? Isn't that pretty dangerous? Please spare us. You could destroy the world with your small sleep pup. Chapter 191, Town Musicians of Bremen today, will be narrating a game Vale has started. Pocky. Woof, woof. Sakamoto. Nay. Yoshikamo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Vale is playing with the animals. Yes. You've got good pitch. We're raising that next. She's originally a dragon, but right now, she's in her petite human girl form, commanding the animals in front of her as they woof, neigh, and cackle in response. There are 3 of them, Hypercar on Pocky the wolf monster, Sakamoto the dragon horse, a genetically engineered homunculus horse, and Yoshikamo, a chicken monster that gives us healthy eggs every day. You'd think Vale has done well in training them, as they immediately respond in cries to her commands, but they've always been smart, so maybe she can't take credit for training them. If anything, I think she's making them play along. Sakamoto, your tempo is too fast. Time your neighs to the overall beat. Pocky, your woo-woo-woof solo part is the highlight, so make it clearer and more articulate. What is Vale doing? My wife, Platy also noticed Vale's eccentricity and came over. A dog, horse, and chicken are singing in chorus under a dragon's command. Surely, that gives off a strange image. Maybe it's time to explain things. You see, Vale heard a fairy tale from my world. It's about a group of animals traveling to a big city to become musicians. I guess the story must have left a lasting impression on her. Well, it was also me who carelessly told her the story. And this is what happened? Yeah. Vale is trying to train the animals to form a musical band. It's like people buying guitars on impulse because they're hooked to a certain band anime. Listen up. You're the best members I've got, and you're going to make the best music. She's on a roll. First, dog. Woof. Correction, wolf. Next, donkey. Nay, I'm a horse. Then the chicken. Cockle-doo. Hey, I'm a gamecock. If all three of you sing, the world will respond accordingly. We're saving the world with your song. What exactly is she after? This won't work. She got discouraged fast. Not enough. It's still not enough. If this group is to capture the world, there's one thing missing. Seriously, what is she after? Remember, Master. According to the story you told me, there were 4 members in the band. A dog, a donkey, a chicken, and a cat? Yes, a cat. Once we have a cat, my music band will be complete. We need to scout for one. But we don't have a resident equivalent to a cat with us, do we? Perhaps a new character will appear today? Woof. Nay. Cockle-doo. Panu the satyr joined the choir. Why? A satyr is a goat-human mix. Why add a goat when you need a cat? This won't do either. Vale is acting troubled as a pretend professional maestro. I tried substituting the cat's part with a goat, but it still didn't work. I guess cats and goats really are entirely different creatures. I was never a goat. To begin with, I'm part human, part goat. Panu could only laugh wryly. I'm sorry Panu, but you were not selected for this audition. However, the reason for this was a mismatch in musicality and never a denial of your talent. Keep your head high and keep on bleating, if you say so. Well then, I'm back to making dairy products, okay? Panu then returns to the workplace from where she had been forcibly taken. Sorry about that, Panu. I know how busy you ladies are. Unless the cat slot is filled, my band will never be complete. In that case, oh? Is a new character going to appear this time? I'll play the cat's part myself. Why, aren't you a dragon? Dragons and cats are leagues apart from each other. Only I can perfectly represent my image of the cat. I'm going to be the final member of my band, the cat. And then, Vale transforms majestically. Woof. Nay. Cockle-doo. Mrio. Woof. Nay. Cockle-doo. Mrio. The band is complete. Complete. A dog, a horse, a chicken, and a dragon. A dog, a horse, a chicken, and a cat. I mean, a dragon. The sound of these 4 animals is fittingly rhythmic and well harmonized, but one part stands out a little too much. It's the Mrio that could pierce the heavens and shake the earth. This is it. This is the melody I've been looking for, says Vale as she enthusiastically mrios. Then again, she's always asleep when people are working. She's completely apathetic to anything that doesn't interest her, but when she wants to be entertained, she gets annoyingly clingy. She can also be awfully curious, but at the same time, can get scared easily. Is it just me, or does she possess a lot of cat-like qualities? Woof. Nay. Cock-a-doodle-doo. As Pocky, Sakamoto, Yoshikamo continued to play along with Vale's whims, they look at me with an expression that says, when will she let us go? I'm sorry. If Vale's personality is like a cat's, she should get bored soon. Cats are fickle creatures after all. Then Vale started playing something entirely different from the fairy tale. Raw. I'm a monster. Vale is playing monster in her dragon form. A monster you've never seen before. A horrible monster. On top of Vale's head is Sakamoto, Pocky on Sakamoto, then Yoshikamo on Pocky. If I'm shown this only in silhouette, there's no way it's going to look like an unfathomable monster. I can only see a dragon with something weird on its head. Gahahaha. What do you think, Master? I look strong, don't I? Don't I look like a mysterious and terrifying monster? Yeah, I guess so. But Vale, even if you look like a scary monster right now, 90% of what makes it scary is because of you. Isn't a dragon more than enough as a terrifying monster regardless of what's on it? Platy, Shush, Pocky, Sakamoto, and Yoshikamo all look like they have spiritually enlightened expressions as they stand atop Vale's head. Chapter 192, Bestowal of an Alias. Today, we're talking about the waypoints. There are currently several of them scattered around our farm to help us move from place to place. Since the teleportation spell only allows you to move between any two given points, managing them is important to prevent anyone with ill intentions making use of it. Hence, it has triple-layered security so that only the relevant people can use them. Each waypoint also has a specific password and is placed far from the actual destination. We also have Vale's special traps installed in the waypoints around our farm, but it seems there's more to them, and that's something I only found out recently. Assuming that the waypoint is misused, the most alarming thing to watch out for is magic lock pickers. What's a magic lock picker? They're black mages who analyze and nullify the code created by magic spells. A magic code is made up of 176 digits mixed with dummies specific to each waypoint. But a good lockpicker can break through even that and analyze the code. Oh, it's a crazy world we live in. We've even set up traps around our waypoints as a precaution. That's why I've increased the coordinate code to 437 digits for our waypoints. Huh? That's the upper limit of incrementation without compromising authentication speed. The more digits the code has, the more complex it becomes, which means it is more difficult to be analyzed. I see. So, that makes our waypoints a tougher nut to crack than the usual ones. I also set a teensy-weensy trap during the code analysis. What? If someone tries to analyze the code illegally, they will get stuck in place, preventing them from analyzing it thoroughly forever. But if they keep persisting to unlock it, yeah? What then? The art of regurgitation Sensei taught me will be activated and will fry the brains of those who are illegally accessing it. What the heck? As if the other traps weren't scary enough, this cipher-like hacking battle is also scary in its own way. It's bad for my heart. I have a question. What is it, Lord Saint W? Were you the one who constructed such circuitry that would surprise even the future police? Oh, yes, it was me. The one who explained everything so far is Belena. She and her partner Betami stayed with us to maintain the waypoint that originally connected the Demon Kingdom to our farm. She was also long tormented by her own existential value to the point of involving everyone acquainted with our farm, saying that she had no personality and no redeeming qualities. You self-proclaimed incompetent. Self-proclaimed incompetent. I shout at Belena. What part of you is incompetent? You're actually pretty talented. It's obvious. She's the one who's been single-handedly taking care of the waypoints and their installation on our farm. She's doing her job. I'm giving you another name. From now on, you're Belena the self-proclaimed incompetent. Belena the self-proclaimed incompetent. That will be her alias, and we're going to make it known all over the world. Can't we change it to something else? I can't even tell if self-proclaimed incompetent is supposed to be a compliment or an insult. I'm afraid not. In a little over a decade, this name will be known throughout the universe. Not that I can guarantee it, though. Thus, Belena was able to rank up to having an alias. Greetings. I'm Shax the Demon Merchant. I'm here on business matters. Hi. I'm Belena, the receptionist, also known as Belena the self-proclaimed incompetent. Pardon? Nothing. Let's get down to business. Belena is negotiating with a merchant from the capital. Only she can handle these bothersome and complicated things. Well, here's the list of orders for clothing, leather goods, and glassware that was placed by our clients. I would appreciate it if you could have these products ready by the appointed schedule. No, please wait. These are way too many. We won't be able to finish this in the allotted time. What? But please don't forget that our worker's priority is to work for the farm. If it interferes with our principal occupation, I'm afraid we would have to stop all such transactions. Wait. Oh, all right. We'll reschedule the lower priority items on the next due date instead. Please do so. But we also request you to not raise the price unfairly to create a sense of premium hierarchy. I understand. You're quite a tough negotiator. It appears your title of self-proclaimed incompetent is no joke. Would you please stop that? As I eavesdrop on their exchange, I become more convinced Belena is capable after all. It's no wonder she was an aide to a heavenly one. She's doing an excellent job of negotiating, a fact our farm lacks. Belena, you're no longer incompetent. You're now Belena, the self-proclaimed incompetent. Oh, and, about the personal matter I asked you about the other day. Framing the magic code? It was a good side job. The client loved it. They said it was simple yet seamless. They wondered if they could place another order. What do you think? That depends on the situation. I'm a busy woman despite looks. Very well. You could do it within your reasonable means. But I'm busy. All right, all right. Why do you have to say it again? Are you trying to imply something? She even got a side job. Also, did I just witness her be a little pretentious? After all that sobbing and bawling, saying she had no fixed role to play. Belena, you're finally starting to find something you can do. You're starting to shape who you are. Belena the self-proclaimed incompetent. Keep up the good work. Belena the self-proclaimed incompetent. Chapter 193, Long Live the Demon Prince. Demon Queen Astas has given birth. We've already heard the news of her pregnancy and have seen her baby bump multiple times, so it didn't come as a surprise to us. However, the birth of a new life is something that should be celebrated under any circumstances. All the residents of our farm applauded and congratulated Mrs. Astas and her newborn baby. Clap, 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 clap. Congratulations. Hooray. Congratulations. 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 Congrats. I don't really know what's going on, but congrats. Receiving all the felicitations like a wave. Mrs. Astas, now back to having a slender waist after so long, is moved to tears with her baby sound asleep in her arms. Thank you. This makes me tenfold happier than with the ceremonial event we had at the palace. She replies. My husband, Demon King Zedn, was unable to accompany me due to his official duties, but he said that he would definitely pay a visit soon. I wanted to give you a chance to see our child as soon as possible, Lord Saint. Please, you didn't have to concern yourself with that. Mrs. Astas' baby is a boy, which means he's the legitimate demon prince. The problem of the current Demon King's successor has also been resolved for the time being. Things seem to be more and more tranquil. In the future, he's destined to succeed his father and rule over the entire demon race. Do you have a name for him yet? Yes, Lord Zedn himself named him Gisha. Gisha, the demon prince. For this child whose fur there is Zedn, the greatest demon king of all time. Will his bloodline be a boon or a bane? Perhaps only his future growth will determine that. But let's leave the serious stuff aside. These are our baby gifts to you. Our farm's residents each have their own present to give. Mine is a selection of vegetables from the farm, such as carrots, potatoes, and onions, all of which are flavorful and nutritious. If you boil them and make a soup out of them, it will make fine baby food. What? It's too early for him to eat baby food? Drats. Here's a set of magic potions from me, says Platty as she hands over a medicine box. I've prepared special remedies for diseases that babies are prone to. Always keep them ready in case of an emergency. The mermaid's magic potions, which are said to be the most effective in the world. Thank you. I'll keep it by my bedside at all times. Next are the elves. This is a statue that has been used by ourselves for generations to ward off evil, says one of them as she brings an eerie wooden statue. It must be their custom to use that terrifying figure to drive away the invisible evil that targets babies. This is a work of art that took Muriel, the leader of the woodwork team, 7 days to sculpt. Don't you feel the soul in its twisty horn extending from its head entering your nostrils? My apologies. I don't really understand art, says the Demon Queen ambiguously and equivocally. As for me, I'll grace him with sound health. You too, Sensei. The Demon Prince has received a spell from the immortal lifeless king to repel misfortune. Other baby gifts were presented in turn by the Orc team, Goblin team, Satyr team, and the Earth spirits. Even the angel Horkosfon gave hers. My congratulatory gift to you is this deluxe natto I specially fermented for this occasion. Wait a second. I managed to stop her just in time. It's still too early to give a baby fermented food. Then, there's lettuce riet, the former princess of the human kingdom. The only thing I can give you right now is the fava beans I grew. It's all right. Thank you. NGH. My fava beans, do you want to eat them with me later? Instead, Mrs. Zusters was being the thoughtful one. And so, the demon prince received all sorts of blessings from everyone. The fact that he is already loved so much reassures me that he'll grow up healthy and strong. However, the congratulatory gifts don't end here. If anything, the climax is only about to come. Deity and Belena. They are directly related to Mrs. Zusters, the demon prince's mother, so we can expect an even more extravagant congratulatory gift from them. Belena goes first. Forgive me, Miss Zusters. The only things I can give you are these pebbles and reeds I picked up here and there. Understandable. I find it dishonest to buy gifts with the money I made from my part-time job building magic information systems. I still think that's nice. In the end, Belena gives her a stuffed toy that she bought with her part-time salary. Even though Gushes is a baby boy, a stuffed toy is probably the most appropriate gift he has received so far. Up next is Deity. Where's yours? I already gave it. Huh? This cunning demoness. Her speedy preparations have impressed me once again. I already gave 3 sets of baby clothes for the prince. Because of their nature, it would have been too late to start making them after his birth. True. Deity sure is tactful and well prepared. The baby clothes made by Deity fit Gushes strangely enough. His clothes right now are one of her works, says Mrs. Zusters with satisfaction. Baby clothes. They're typical gifts from Deity, our farm's tailor. I gave it my all since they're Prince Gushes' clothes. It's been a while since the last time I used adamantine silk and have ensured that they're impervious to any blade or magic. Of course, I also paid attention to heat retention, breathability, and convenience for daily use to ensure that the prince would have a healthy childhood. Wonderful. It's reassuring to know that my child will grow up dressed in your incredible work. I am not worthy of those words. Oh, this is like an exchange between a bigwig and their talented subordinate. Belena, watching from the side, vexingly bites and tugs her handkerchief. In fact, the workmanship of the baby clothes you made is so splendid that he's in a good mood when he wears them. Nothing makes me happier as a tailor than hearing my clients say that. I would like you to make 5 more outfits for him. Is that possible? Provided, of course, that it doesn't interfere with your portion of work for Lord Saint. Pardon? Hearing this, Deity had a sudden doubtful look on her face. Well, I'm sure it wouldn't take too long with the sewing machine. But are you sure, Miss Zusters? What do you mean? I only know of the word on the street, but they say a member of the Demon King's family must have a variety of artisans at their disposal, such as armorers, woodworkers, and even personnel for providing even the smallest necessities in daily life. Surely, the Demon King, ruler of the demon race, and his family members employ personnel who produce first-class products for them. I'm sure you have professional workers exclusive to the Demon King's family, including clothes. Don't these people sew your garments, including Prince Gushes? Just as I expected from you. Is this why you've always limited the number of clothes you have given to me? No, Mom. I wasn't really limiting it. I know you. You've always been attentive to those around you. It wouldn't be very fascinating for the exclusive dressmakers to see the royal family wearing clothes made by others, ignoring the clothes they made. You must have been conscious of this and kept the number of clothes you gave to me to a minimum, but that still caused its own problems. Problems? I'll let him explain in detail. Shax. Out comes Shax the demon merchant. So, he's also here with us today. It's been a while, Lord Saint. Everyone. I, Shax, president of Pandemonium Trading Company, would like to give you an explanation. Oh, okay. The tailoring brand named Mixpider is currently employed as the royal family's personal dressmaker. It was the most popular brand in the demon capital, the most popular being the official purveyor of the Demon King's family. It is a highly regarded top brand that receives many orders from upper-class demons. Its prestige has been around for a long time after being in business for 200 years. The successive demon kings and queens made their public appearance in the formal clothes made by this Mixpider. It is said that they have overwhelmed its witnesses and made them bow down to them. Befitting a king's tailor, we actually received a protest from Mick Spider. A protest? They want to meet you, Ma'am Betamy, the tailor of the clothes that are all the rage in the capital these days. Oh boy, this is going to be another long story. End of Volume 5.